Welcome, everyone, to Briar Bramble. Today we are here with our collection of woodland critters to show off this wonderful experience and game together. I would like to go ahead and try to introduce everyone. Who would like to go first? I guess I should go first before I get ahead of myself. I'm Ellie. It's very nice to meet you, everyone. I will be the GM for today's game. And let's head over to our next person.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm going to be playing your weasel, Readily, and I'm very excited to bring this character here.
Hi, I'm Serena. I'm going to be playing the Fian, who are a murder of crows. It's going to be a little challenge. Hopefully, they'll be helpful.
And I'm Rosie, and I'll be playing the Fierce Protector, Burgadine Sharpstripe the Badger.
Excellent. I should warn everyone in advance. This is a game where it is technically possible for the critters to come under harm. So, if any potential danger to small woodland animals makes you uncomfortable, then this might be a game you want to step away from. But if you're okay with the potential for that, then I hope you'll come and join us, and we'll have a great time today. To get started today, we've already made characters, but we have not yet solidified their relationships with each other. A wonderful thing you do in Briar Bramble is you build relationship trees between everyone in the game as you get started. And let me see if I can... Where is that? 1 second, I have a handout for them. Oh, I don't. Okay, so let me put this in chat for you guys. Every person gets a +2 relationship to the person they know, or I guess since we have the thing, we have the person our group of animals you get along best with. A -1 for someone you don't know at all. This can include NPCs, which I'll introduce in just a second, because we have a few NPCs coming with the group today. And +0 for all the NPCs. And sometimes, essentially, what will happen is there'll be roles in game where your relationship with someone will come up and be relevant. So, to introduce our NPCs real quick, as I think you should be able to see on the screen right here. Let me make sure I'm ping it over. We have Sheffy. She is an elderly and peaceful sheep who is good at keeping the peace and negotiations. We have Lass, who is an old sheepdog and always ready for a fight. And she is the one, her and Sheffy left their shepherd together because she was getting old and weary, and they decided to leave and join the community together. And then we have Squeak, who is a tiny, shy mouse, and they are very good at also kind of opening locks. And finally, we have Selvie, a small harpsil pup who was separated from her pod and is trying to find them again. So, with all of this said, I guess let's start since Jonathan did first. But we have Serena. You can introduce your character again with, well, I shouldn't say introduce your character, but who does your character have a connection with? Who do they get along well with?
Let me think.
I think it would be good for us to have our players have like a +2 with each other if possible, though you can pick an NPC if you think that fits.
Mm-hmm. I think the Fian are big on spreading gossip, news, and messages. So I think if we have a strange weasel, ferret? I
Weasel.
forget. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
Weasel. Yes. Who may wish to spread messages of potential doom or other visions. I don't think the Fian would be too concerned about the likelihood of them being true or not. They would just be happy to have something to spread around. So I think maybe they check in with Readily quite often.
Excellent. So you should be able to go down on your sheet and put that down in your relationships box at the bottom of your sheet. Who wants to go next? We can keep moving, and we'll go through and kind of establish everyone's relationships.
Oh,
I am going to go off book and pick an NPC as my +2. I think it would make sense as a sort of fellow protector to be in really good terms with Lass as like the two that are tasked with taking care of the community.
Sure. Let's see. So you're going to have a +2 relationship with Lass. Lass will have a +1 with you because Lass and Sheffy already put them down as their +2 since they were
absolutely.
a package. And I guess that leaves Readily.
I think I would have a relationship with Burgadine because Readily would have a hard time keeping track of all of the flock and who's who.
That makes sense.
And so they're very content to just talk and talk. That's perfectly fine. But it's like I have no idea who I'm talking to. So I think my relationship would be with Burgadine.
And Burgadine begrudgingly listens.
Excellent. And now everyone will go through and pick one -1. This is someone either you don't really know well or you don't get along with. I guess let's head back to Sari.
That's a tricky one. I think maybe the Fian don't get on too well with Squeak, or they don't really know Squeak very well.
Sure, Squeak tends to hide a lot. It doesn't come out very much. So I will note that down. Very well. I guess next let's head over to Burgadine.
I feel really bad, but I'm going to say Burgadine isn't the biggest fan of the Fiend.
Nope, that is fine. I figured as much.
Just they're loud, they're noisy, they're gossips, and she ain't got no time for that.
Excellent. And what about Readily?
I think Readily with Lass. I think they seem very stubborn and set in their ways, and I think that would besmirch the relationships between them.
Very well. Now that we have this noted down, everyone will have, you can just note down you have a +1 with any player character who you don't already have either +2 or -1 with. And with any NPCs, it's +0, so neutral. Now, I would like to ask, the Wildmire Wanderers is what we are calling the community today. Tell me a little bit about this community. I can tell you, heading into this session, that there is a new Ridley plant being built where they are turning hydrofluoric acid and refining it into oil for gasoline. And they're dumping this down into the community, and it's destroying the woodland and the forest. You're quite near like the marshes and the ocean as well. And this is what's kind of forcing all these critters to come together and say, we need to go and find somewhere that's safe, because humans are this sort of catastrophic force, almost like a calamity, more like a hurricane or a tornado. They're this thing you can't avoid and you have to just run from. And this is what's gotten all of you together. But before this happened, before the community started being destroyed by these chemicals, what was the community like? I can tell you, the only other thing I can tell you is you are near the ocean in the marshes, so keep that in mind as we talk about this. And I'll say too, this technically takes place in like the wilderness of England, but don't feel like we have to stick strictly to like exactly how that is or what animals are there. This is our kind of like fictional. If any names are similar to real names, it's just coincidental. We're building our own sort of version of the English wilds, I guess you could say. So if you have an idea that's a bit out there, I think that's totally fine.
I think we may have initially picked this sort of wetland because it wasn't inhabited by people, and we sacrificed a little bit of comfort, some dampness, some ickiness, humidity for that provided safety.
That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So you kind of had this community where you're out in the wilderness, and it wasn't necessarily your most comfortable place, but it kept you safe from the humans. I'll say nearby as well, considering you have Sheffy and Lass with you, there probably was some farmland that's been destroyed as well. And that's kind of some of the things that have pushed those two with you as their previous owners hold land to these construction sites for these chemical plants. I guess let's have Sari, do you want to add like maybe just one thing in a thought? As you are a murder of crows, correct?
Yes.
So you should have some insight into kind of what's around here. Mm-hmm. You have probably some nearby suburbs, and you're fairly far distance from the city at the moment, though that could change. We'll say, let me look at my map here 1 second. Kind of to the south of you is a city that you know of. And then to your west, there's more towns. It takes a longer time before you get to civilization. And to your north, there is some like suburban lands that are near the ocean. Mm-hmm. If that gives you any ideas.
Kind of. I think I want to think that we've probably have had some trouble with other slightly more hostile communities trying to take our area. Just having the same idea as us, you know, we'll sacrifice some comfort to be away from humans because there's a lot of settlements around. So we've probably had trouble like that in the past, and you know, we've kind of, I like to think we've probably become closer to each other, having helped, you know, keep our place safe.
So as a bird, you're aware of some other bird tribes or flocks that are nearby. One of them you know is the Horsey geese, and they are very aggressive and angry and territorial. And you know that they kind of live in much of the land nearby, though they do migrate. They are French geese, so they're not here all year round, but when they are around, and they're currently around, they're quite troublesome. And you guys have definitely had a few spats with them in the past, I would say.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with any geese.
I will.
You're also aware that there are some other murders of crows that also kind of stalk around here that you sometimes get along with, sometimes don't. But there's a reason all of your flock has ended up together and not in the other flocks.
We're the best flock.
Yes, the best flock. So, what are you thinking, Readily? Do you have any ideas? Maybe something less about the community now, but maybe something you've foreseen or know that might be nearby?
I would think because of the area and how we've chosen this locale as a measure of safety, I would think that we're probably not hard pressed, but this isn't a bountiful land, so resources are tight. And the collective group with the diversity also makes the resources tight based on what we're eating and you know, everything available to us as building materials and so on. So with that said, I think that readily would have dreams as some sort of kind of like this escapism that doesn't really lead to anywhere until this like one time there's like a feverish dream, and there is a place somewhere out in the distance, unknown like the location, but it seems real enough, and this place has this large like, big old apple tree, and around it there are uh, possibly like fields of grains or tall grass to provide a measure of safety. Like it's pretty. It's almost like oh my god, what is it called? Like the promised land and the land before time, where everyone just flocks to.
The Great Valley.
Yes, the Great Valley. So this kind of like mythical, like bountiful land that'll provide us not only safety but a measure to make ourselves eased of the burden of just trying to survive here.
Excellent. What is the name of this place that you've seen in your dreams?
The Great Hollow.
Great Hollow. Very well. You've had dreams of the Great Hollow, and these dreams have shown it beyond a very difficult journey. And in your dreams, you've been able to tell that it's past the setting sun, down to the south, past the great city of stone and steel and humans. It would be a much more difficult journey than going more westward or northward compared to where you are now. But potentially it would be more bountiful. For more westward, let's the Fane. Was it Fane or Fiend?
Fian.
Fian. Okay, let me
Yeah.
make a note. So for our Fian here, to the west, because you're a flock of birds, you've seen something there that looks promising as well. What is the promising land that you've seen? Probably not as promising as the promised land that you've heard of, the Great Hollow, as it's called, but something still reasonably safe and bountiful.
I think we've probably spotted maybe a river that kind of passes through some bits of forested land that probably have enough space and resources for us.
Can you say that one more time?
I think we've probably spotted a decent-sized river that kind of at one point passes through a little forested area that looks like it might have enough space for us all.
Very well. Are there any farms near this area?
Almost certainly. It's probably why we haven't moved there ever, because it's a bit closer to humans, but it's a decent location.
Do you know what this place is called?
I think it's called Babblebrook. I think some of the other crows said that.
Babblebrook. Very well. And I guess lastly, we will turn back to Burgadine. Kind of to the north, you know that there is, it's kind of like you have to go northwest because there's this sort of cove that you have to kind of make your way around. But you've maybe heard rumors or been there yourself. It's up to you. What is to the north of you that looks promising? Probably, again, not as promising as the Promised Land, but still promising.
To the north, probably on some far-fetched scouting mission that I went on many years ago. I found a cove that was rocky and harsh, but had enough available food if we were willing: sea grapes, fish, shellfish, the like. and not a human soul to be found. It's too harsh, too rocky, too rough. Perfect, I think, for protecting everyone.
And do you know what this place is called?
Stone Mist.
Stone Mist. Very well. So you've had these ideas for places you could move for a while, and everyone has kind of been holding off as long as they can. But some of the animals are starting to get sick, or have even been burned by the chemicals that are being dumped in the waters of this marsh. And your home that was already a struggle to survive has gotten worse. You have managed to gather some food to ready yourself for this journey, mostly because a lot of the other animals have actually already started to abandon earlier. And all of you are kind of some of the last holdouts in this land. And so I must ask, does this group have a leader, or is it more of a collective thing?
I think we're more of a collective than a single leader.
I agree.
Very well. Then amongst the PCs and NPCs, who do you think would have called this meeting of the Wildmire Wanderers?
I really want to say Sheffy.
Very well. You all gather together, and Sheffy is standing there with her white fur that's kind of been browned from dirt, but also from age. Her face looks withered and tired, but she looks at you with her black eyes and her ears flick, and she goes, "Ma, I have called you here today because I do not think we can stay here any longer. Even my old, tired, weary bones, I think, would do better to move than to stay here any longer." Lass nods. I think it would be best if we moved on. I don't want to see Miss Sheffy get sick anymore. The sheepdog looks to all of you. Her ears kind of flick, and she sniffs the air, and she goes, I can't even smell the ocean anymore. The smell of the salt is blocked out by all these chemicals. I don't know what these humans are doing, but it's not good.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the Fianna will probably just flutter down and just be like, but where should we go?
That is why I have called this meeting today. We have been gathering food for the journey, but if we're going to make it, we must agree on where we will head to. I know that all of you have heard of various things to the north and west, and some even say to the south, past the stone and still city of danger. But we must decide amongst ourselves what it is we must want to do and where it is we must go. The small sheep sort of lets out a loud yawn, and she kind of nestles up against one of these great trees amongst the marshes. And you can see she's very tired and weary, but she's putting on a sort of as brave a demeanor as she can for everyone else, especially for Lass. Sylvie will, the small white harp still, who she's got these pretty black whiskers and eyes, and on her head there's kind of a little bit of chunk of fur missing, and it's kind of starting to grow back in, but it seems she lost it somewhere out. And she says, Sylvie thinks that we should go north or south because Sylvie wants to stay near ocean. Ocean is very nice.
I know of a cove a little bit north. It would be a rough journey. I'm not sure who would be up for it, but it's protected. It's near the ocean. We'd be able to smell plenty of salt looking at Lass. And if you're not too picky, there's plenty to eat. Safe.
Squeak popped out of some of the bushes, and they look at everyone. Their head twitches and turns. I don't want to go there. There's not enough good food. We should go somewhere with lots of food.
Food is food.
I think we should go to the west or the south. We shouldn't go to... You said there's not much food there. I am a picky eater, and I don't deny it, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Food is nutrition, and there's plenty up there.
Squeak tilts their head, and they duck back into the bushes. And you see things shake and then steady, and who knows where they've run off to, or if they're nearby or gone.
Readily paces back and forth a bit before talking, as if their words are a bit jumbled in their head. And then when they finally do speak, Readily says, "In the darkness, I have seen that most glorious golden seed, the one that grows from the ground up, as if blessed from the earth itself. I know that past a dangerous trek, maybe it's just a summer breeze, but there lies what I saw as the greatest land that I have ever seen. Whether or not you choose to believe me is completely up to you. I understand. I know that I think that there's going to be 3 peas in a pod when there are clearly 2, but one day, I swear, I will open one with 3.
Shafi sort of nods her head, and she stands up and she says, I believe you, dearie, and you are the wisest one amongst us. But I believe you told me before this place is to the south, is it not?
It is to the south, yes.
It would be a dangerous journey indeed. I can tell you from experience that humans can be nice and friendly, but also cruel and merciless. And we would have to travel through their territory. Lass looks over at the Fian and says, you've been talking amongst yourselves up there for a while now. Why don't you speak up and say something?
A couple of the Fian ruffle their feathers, hop around, and then they'll call down like, we think north is least good for us. There's food, but no good places to nest, to roost.
Squeak
Too many rocks, no
out.
trees.
Oh, sorry. Squeak pops out right next to you, and
what?
Out of nowhere, surprising all of the crows, and they say, I agree, that's not going north. And then Squeak pipes back into a little hollow in the tree and disappears.
Okay. We think west to Babblebrook may be good. If the seal needs sea to find family, no family there, no sea. South, very dangerous. Big human place. Lots of humans, lots of their pet cats. Not friendly, but if you know where to look, human place has lots of food.
The humans have plenty of food. I know that from experience.
Mm.
One time they gave me a whole thing. It was like it had like meat and then grain, and it was really impressive. And they called it a hamburger. It was really good. You can see Lass. She is starting to drool. If you've ever seen a dog drool, her mouth is like foaming and drooling now. She remembers and reminisces of this hamburger she was once given.
So we think if willing to face the danger, south may be best. We trust readily. We think this place exists.
But no one's seen it.
Just because you've not seen something doesn't mean it's not there.
Seems like an awful lot of faith to put in a dream.
It would be risky, yes.
All roads are dangerous. All paths have some measure of danger. There's never a safe way to cross a bridge. But, and readily points towards Selvi, is it not our duty as elders to make sure that the younger generation can live on peacefully?
Sylvia thinks you're very smart. Smart is words, right?
I agree we can't stay here for the sake of the young ones. It's no place to raise the next generation. But to that point, we need to make sure that they are afforded safety, food, protection.
The Fia and chat among themselves for a bit and then come back. We think not west. The little one want to find her family. If any of us were lost from the others, we'd be sad. We would want to get back as soon as possible. Going to a place where she can't find her family, we don't agree with this. So, if people willing to face the danger, we say south. Otherwise, we will agree to north. We're fine being less comfortable if it means everyone's safe.
Wise words. So, do you think we should head south, despite the risk? Or should we go to the lands to the north that are safer to get to, but harsher once we arrive?
Selby, where do you want to go?
Sylvie does not mind either way. Sylvie just wants to have fish. If there is fish, Sylvie is happy.
You see readily about to speak up, and then their eyes kind of glaze over a little bit, and they open their mouth and decisively close it. Doesn't say anything.
Sheffy looks to you with a knowing eye, and she gives you a deep look as if she's looking into your very soul. And you get a sense of peace and knowledge from her, but she doesn't actually say anything, and she just gives a slight nod to you.
I nod back. And after taking a quick moment or two, I defer my vote to the wisdom of the group. I believe that they will know what to do, and I will back you, whatever shall be your choice. Know that we do not make this lightly, but we make this as a community.
Very well. Well, for me in the house, I think we do not want to leave the little one without a chance to find her family. So I will defer to the others, but I do not think we should go west. I do not wish to be near those farms again. Brings back too many memories, good and bad.
I'm no leader. I will go wherever the group is safest, most comfortable going, and I will do my utmost to provide protection as I have these many years.
Very well, you all say this. Squeak peeks out behind Bergadine and says, as long as it's not north, I'm fine with this. And it looks like everyone turns to the Fionn now.
Okay, good. No pressure then. The Fian discussed this at length. Let me see. The Fian will come back, seemingly having disagreed amongst themselves for a bit, and say, we think we try north. We believe in readily, but if only Lass and Bergadine here protect us, maybe too many humans too much. Maybe can't protect everyone. So maybe less danger, less comfort, but more chance we make.
Is everyone fine with this? Or does anyone else have anything to add before we make our way out? Sheffy looks to everyone, wanting to make sure that everyone has had their say and agrees on this decision to go northward.
I think you have very wise words and a wise disposition, maybe more than I give you credit for. I stand behind your decision.
It was a lovely story, Redley. I do love your story, so...
Hey, maybe you got wrong. Maybe Great Hollow is to the north instead.
Time will tell.
Yes, time will tell everything. Does anyone have any affairs to get in order before they leave? Not that there is much left here that hasn't been taken from us. Sylvie going to say goodbye to clams. And by say goodbye to the clams, all of you are quite familiar that means she's going to go and eat a few clams. Anything else before we want to move on to the next scene?
I would do my best to destroy any evidence that we were ever here. Most of it's already been destroyed incidentally, but just not indicate any indication, any dens or homes, just systematically go through and kind of swipe and tear and clear out the area before we leave, after everyone's got their stuff. And has had a chance to say goodbye. I'll be the last one out, sort of clearing the way.
Very well. You all gather up basically mostly just your food. And when this is done, Burgadine will go through and kind of like tear up any like holes or homes, any traces or evidence of anything. And all of you get ready to head out of the marshes. The smell of this sort of sulfurous, nasty chemicals is in the air, and the sort of strange colors that you have in the water around these long reeds amongst the water slowly starts to fade as you make your way more northward. You head up, and it's a difficult journey. As all of you know, you're familiar with this. The marshes are very boggy and difficult to travel in, and in your home, you knew the way to travel, and you knew what paths were drier and wetter. But now that you're heading northward and none of you have this experience with these new marshes that you're kind of traveling up into, it gets much more difficult. And you can see, especially the younger and older amongst the group are having especially having a difficult journey. And this is where we will ask for a homeward bound roll. When your community embarks on a journey to another environment, you get to roll plus harmony, which is going to be 2d6 plus your harmony score. And this will see if you have enough resources to make it to your destination or if something happens. Currently, you should have, we can tick that on the thing here. I'll put it in. You have one resource. You can never have more than one. You either have it or you don't. But you have one resource since you've readied yourself for this journey. And I guess the question I should ask all of you is, who wants to roll this harmony roll? Because one person in the group will roll it.
Who feels lucky?
I will nominate Burgadine.
Okay. I've been voluntold. Here we go. Homeward bound.
Homeward bound.
Oh gosh, why?
Oh no.
+2.
So, as all of you kind of make your way more northward, it's not so much bothering the Fian, but everyone else is just getting extremely bogged down, having a really difficult journey. Your feet are getting stuck in the mush, and you sort of make your way a bit further up, and you kind of notice that because there are these rivers that kind of run through the marshes, you thought you were kind of heading away from the chemicals, but you hit another river because this facility kind of sits at the confluence of these two rivers, and you discover that they've been dumping chemicals into both of these rivers, apparently. And there's basically no edible food here. You run out of your food and resources very quickly. And you discover that this journey is not what you expected out to be. Someone can go ahead and fill in one of the conflict at the top right. I'll let somebody draw that in. As you make your way up, what sort of things are you saying as the harmony in the group is sort of starting to fall apart as you kind of make this journey? And if you've ever been on like a long road trip and You're all sort of getting very grumpy. Selvey is being the kid going, Selvey wondering if we're there yet every 5 minutes. And you're low on food and very, very stressed. And many of Sheffy is keeping herself calm. Squeak is mostly okay because Squeak is just sitting on the back of Sheffy right now. Squeak being so tiny. But how are all of you reacting to this stress? What's getting to you? Are you angry at anyone else in the group? Are you just frustrated? How are your emotions coming out here?
I think that you would see readily talk to themselves a lot. And it doesn't have to be like disgruntled or like curmudgeonly, but being kind of in a rough spot and being left alone with their thoughts as we try to march together. You would just see readily just talk all sorts of nonsense to themselves.
Very well. As readily as doing this, Lass will kind of come over, leaving Sheffy's side, which is not something Lass normally does. And she'll say to Readily, Are you all right? I don't think I've ever seen you quite like this before.
Beyond the red tree, the green leaves fall down many. I'm sorry. I'm having a rough time of it, but I'll be fine.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good with your prophecies. More of that's something for Sheffy. I'm the muscle and she's the brain. It's, but how about this? Why don't I get the stick and we can pull at it? And whoever gets the stick at the end wins.
Readily will look at Lass for a long time and then go, sounds like a lovely idea.
Lass will go over and grab a stick and basically like pull at it in the way a dog will tug. And she'll have a competition with you. Are you going to try to like do your best, or are you just going to kind of like...
Oh, absolutely. I'm committed.
Right. Very well. So if you're trying to do your best, we will have, I'll say we can do opposed, probably would be fierce rolls for the two of you. Not that there'll be any severe consequences if you win or lose. Let me pull a class. I'll roll for last. Sorry.
Losing that stick seems like pretty dire consequences.
Does someone else want to roll for last? I think y'all should have control of the NPC sheets if you want to. Or should I do it?
Go for it.
Yeah, I think you do it.
And then I'm rolling an active strength.
It should be your fierce score. Oh, that's a bad roll from last. Maybe you'll beat her. You should be able to see on your...
Oh, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
We have these wonderful sheets. What did you get?
Oh, six. Not sure.
6. The two of you tug and tug and tug. And eventually what happens is the stick snaps in half and you each get a half of the stick.
Readily will fall back and just laugh, like a good hearty laugh. This was fun. I am going to keep this stick, and it shall be my new walking stick from this day forward. Thank you, lass.
That's a good idea. You're a smart one now, aren't you? I'm gonna go show my half to Sheffy. She's pretty nice, isn't it? And the other two of you, I guess I should say, like the other 11 of you, I guess, What are y'all doing during this? Are you kind of having, you want to have other scenes, or do you want to get involved in this scene where you kind of see the two of them tugging and tugging and the stick breaking in half? What are your thoughts? Because this is over like a mini day journey. So we could either make that a separate thing, or y'all could get involved here.
I think kind of separately as the days are going on.
Mm-hmm.
Burgundy's already haphazard fur just bristles and is even more haggard and rough as we're trudging through this difficult terrain. And as time goes on, she's being protective and kind of herding the younger ones away from the polluted water, away from dangers, and gets less and less patient the longer we're through here. Because not only is this tiring and painful and not easy, she's starting to feel a little bit of guilt for even suggesting this route at all, seeing everyone sort of struggle a little bit.
Very well. As you're kind of getting caught up in the difficulties of this, you're kind of trying to herd the younger ones, and at a certain moment you're kind of at the limit of your patience. Selby looks at a dragonfly and she goes, "Still, are we going to get this dragonfly?" And she starts kind of hopping through the water and chasing after this dragonfly completely in the wrong direction and towards the chemicals.
Selby, you need to get back here now.
Oh, but Selby just needs one moment.
No. And haunches up and a little bit of teeth showing.
Selby kind of shakes a bit. "Oh, Selby, sorry. Just wanted to have some fun."
Lower that, seeing I'd never want to instill fear, especially in the little ones. And I know not everything can be fun, especially on this journey. I know you're trying to make the best of it, but over there is not fun. Over there is danger that I can't protect you from. Please, I need you to stay with us.
Selby does not understand very well.
I know.
She kind of sighs, and when she sees your expression, she kind of like pitter paddles in the same direction as you were trying to lead her, but her face looks kind of frowned, and her stomach, you can hear her grumble a bit, as you've kind of had to inform her multiple times that there's been like these dead fish floating in the water, and you've had to inform her that it's not safe to eat those.
Not food.
So you can see she's kind of, it's getting to her, and you can see kind of like the edges of tears in her eyes as she's kind of hitting her limit as well.
And I kind of nuzzle her a little bit affectionately, as much affection as Burgundy can muster. Just, we'll be there soon. I know it's hard. I know this isn't fun, but it's for the best. And I know that's frustrating to hear when you're young and adults are telling you what's best for you, but it is the truth.
Selby just, Selby does not like this place very much.
None of us do, but it'll lead to a better place, we hope. A place where you can find your family.
I Selby want to find the family.
And isn't that worth carrying on for?
Yes. Selby
It'll
will
be all right.
Good.
You are good. Selby is very good. I'm sorry I got angry. There's just so much danger here, and I don't want that danger to affect you.
Selby is sorry too. She'll try to be better.
Selby is the best.
No, Burgundy is best.
And another little affectionate nuzzle as we continue trudging through this.
Yes, as you trudge through, and you can kind of see these kind of chromatic colors in the water that are both very beautiful, but you know from experience and seeing other creatures get sick, also very dangerous. And you can see kind of in the areas where it's sitting, like much of the grass is kind of folded brown and curled in on itself, as even the local plants can't seem to survive in this water. What is happening with the Fionn during this journey?
I think over the days you'd probably notice them getting more and more agitated. They don't argue amongst each other, but they do circle more and more and just kind of flit about. They're less, when they are on the ground, they're hopping about more. They're not at peace.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably a few of them get a bit distracted by the shouting to get Selby back in line. And some of them might see a chance to try and have some fun.
What are they going to do to have fun? Oh, are you still there? I think we might have lost Sari for a second. All right, well, let's. Oh, there. Are you back?
So I think a few of the flock are going to chase after the dragonfly that Selby wanted to chase, and herd it back in the direction that we are going, so she can still chase it and go the right way.
Very well. The lot of all the Fionn members get together and, living up to the name of Murder of Crows, herd this dragonfly towards murder as you lead it down. And Selby has just finished her conversation with Burgadine, and readily you'll see the crows kind of funnel this dragonfly in Selby's direction, and she starts hopping off, following the right direction as everyone else.
And as they're going, they'll kind of like keep it corralled so it doesn't like go off track. They'll just kind of busy themselves doing this to keep themselves distracted.
Very well. You do your best to keep yourself distracted, and as you make your way further down, Selby is about to catch the dragonfly after all of your effort. And then there's a great squawk, and the dragonfly is swooped out of the air by a bird, a large French goose. She lands in front of all of you, and she holds her wings flapping up high, and other geese sort of come down next to her. I believe you would know the name of this goose. This goose is Emily. And she looks over, particularly at the Fionn, and she says, "You stupid, foolish birds. Why would you come to our territory? You're not welcome here, and you cannot have any of our bugs." Did you catch that, or do I need to repeat it?
Could you repeat this?
Yes, so Emily, the leader of these French geese, looks to all of you and she says, "I am not going to let you have any of our bugs. You are not welcome here." And she kind of is like flickering her wings to make herself look bigger. And there's many other geese both landed and flickering their wings as well and flying around overhead. And some of them aggressively charge and then kind of back off of all the other members of the group. And you can see Squeak is hiding in Sheffy's fur, and Selby looks concerned, and Lass is kind of barking at all these geese, trying to get them away, but it doesn't seem to be doing much.
I'm going to position myself as quickly as I can between the geese and Selby.
Very well. You position yourself between the geese. So one of the larger ones kind of looks over at you, and he waves his wings and goes, "You are not doing this correctly. Let me show you how it is proper to fight." And he sort of starts pecking with his snout in your direction dangerously.
I am going to make myself look as big as possible and use the action Bare My Fangs to try to get him to back off.
Very well. Would you like to explain what that does for a bit?
Bear my fangs. I am not intimidated. I am intimidating. And I'm attempting to get them to back off. So I'm going to roll a fierce and see what happens.
Very well. Give me a fierce check. Ooh, excellent. That's a complete success.
All right. On a 10, yeah.
So you how are you chasing off these geese as you kind of bare your fangs?
I do not intend to harm anyone in this moment. I'm just trying to get them to scooch back. We're all tired. We're all low on resources. So when he goes in for one of those pecks and his neck is exposed, I'm going to snap at it, but not make contact. Just get like real close.
Very well. The goose, who's had his neck pulled many times before, as this is one of the best places to like grab a geese. It's not uncommon for other animals to, like, even if they're just trying to chase them off, like quickly grab and throw the goose. And he has this sort of instinctive reaction and fear to this. And he hops back up and flies off into the air. And a few of the other geese, upon seeing this, kind of fly up, and it's just Emily and two of her closest geese who are sort of still standing there intimidatingly. And she goes, it appears you are not all bark, but you have some bite as well.
We're just trying to get through. The child just wanted something to play with. We're not taking your bugs.
There is not many resources here, I am afraid. These are our usual nesting grounds, but I'm afraid the humans have done something drastic here. I cannot allow you to interrupt and intrude on our lands.
We'll be quick. We're not meaning to nest here. We just want to keep going.
And where are you going to?
That's our business. Not here.
Her head tilts and her neck kind of twists forward, and she looks at you very closely. What is everyone else doing?
So I actually want to come up to Burgundy's side and kind of just, Burgundy's a badger, so you tower over me, but it kind of just pat you on your side and then confront Emily. And I would like to say, if you would allow me a moment, I could have some news that you would be pertinent to hear. And I will do so over there and point to their own circle. As in, yes, I'm putting myself in a vulnerable position amongst all these geese. But my intention here is to roll a glimpse ahead and then foretell a possible danger that these geese will have.
Sure. Is this a specific move you have?
Yes.
Let me just double check here, because we might need a negotiation check from you on this.
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone else doing anything while I'm double checking this move?
Looking real big.
That is excellent. Why don't we give... why don't you give me a help roll? 1 second. Give me, it's plus your relationship. So in this case, it would be plus your relationship with Readily. And I'll give you a +2, considering you've already very successfully intimidated the geese in this situation.
Okay, so help. And then +1 +2, so that's a 10.
Excellent. With a 10, you succeed in kind of scaring the geese down. So with your negotiation roll, considering the circumstances, I'll also give you a +2 readily if you want to make me a negotiation check.
Okay. 9 + 2, 11.
Excellent. Emily sort of eyes you carefully. And seeing your offer, she will kind of give like a flick of her tongue and a honk to the other geese. And they all sort of fly over to that circle that you pointed out and land to have a conversation with you.
Okay.
All right. Make this quick. I am not interested in idle chatter.
readily sits down and says, "Okay, 1 second. I will foretell a coming danger for your flock, if you would allow me."
What is this coming danger you speak of?
And they close their eyes, and then I'm rolling 2d6 plus sense for a glimpse ahead.
I believe that is the case.
So it's a +2, okay.
Yeah, you should have on your sheet, you should be able to just roll plus sense. So if you just click next to your sense, there's a button that you can click, and it should just roll with your sense.
Oh, I see. Oh, cool. So 9.
9. Excellent. Let's see. So you saw what danger awaits, in this case the geese, in the future, but the vision is hazy. You know there's something more, but you can't quite see it. So what is this vision that you get, and how do you explain it to the geese?
I sit down and then kind of coming to. There shall be great winds buffeting across all directions. Perhaps something more, but you should seek shelter for the time being. I can't pinpoint. The sight isn't always clear. I can't exactly pinpoint what will happen. But it looks, and they kind of like read the sky for a bit. If something is coming, and I suggest you lead your flock to safety.
She looks over and she squawks, "John Christopher, go and see if this is true. If there is a storm coming, you are the best one to identify it." And John Christopher flies off into the air. And she says he'll be back in a few moments. In the meantime, what is it all of you are doing here? And she says this loud enough that the rest of the group can hear this. And many of your other companions are looking at each other nervously, worried about spilling the beans on your secret location.
We already said we're passing through. We're not staying here. We're not staying in your land, so what does it matter?
Because if you are leaving here, there must be a reason. I know all of you live amongst the dirt and mud as the land-born peasants that you are. But why is this now that you have decided to leave?
Well, our dirt and mud, as you've called it, has been destroyed, much in the same way it is here, that rainbow ick in the water, in the land that's destroying the plants.
Yes, I am afraid we have felt this much. We are also looking for new nesting grounds. You wouldn't happen to know of any good places now, would you? She kind of like flicks her head and uses her wing against like her forehead to kind of like, if she would have had hair, she would brush it back. But instead, she just kind of brushes her feathers back, and it sort of flickers, and there's this convenient gust of wind that takes a single feather away.
I'm going to look at the Fian real quick, look back at Emily and go, we heard tell there's some rather nice, bountiful land to the west.
We'll chime in and say, yes, Babelbrook. Good river, good forest.
Where is this exactly?
Westward. We'll kind of fly in a direction to kind of indicate.
Is this the Seine wind or the Oath wind? You know, she is speaking of the birds have various names for different types of winds that lead to different areas. And so the Seine wind and the Own wind are both to the west, but one is more like due west and the other one is more like west, southwest from where you are.
Which one was the south or westerly?
The Onwind.
Onwind.
The Onwind it is. Very well. I suppose we can let you pass. But do not make light of us. We are extremely elegant and powerful. If you cross us again, I cannot promise your safety. The horse
Readily will-
hierarchies will meet you again another day, I suppose.
Readily will give a deep bow and say, "Thank you. May the winds favor your wings. And if we do meet again, may it be on more auspicious times."
You are surprisingly polite. Come here.
And Readily will go.
She goes over and her beak pecks quickly. And she pulls out one of her black feathers and hands it to you.
Readily takes the feather and once more bows. "I appreciate this respect and honor."
As you say this, Jean Christopher comes landing back and he looks to Emily and he says, "This one speaks the truth. There is a great storm coming. It is very dangerous indeed. We should head west or south. If we head north anymore, it will be very dangerous for us." What do the rest of you do upon hearing this news of this storm to the north?
Readily, you saw it. Is it a bad storm? Is it worse than any that we've trudged through before?
I feel that out in the open, it is perhaps an omen. Yes.
Maybe we go west some, then north when storm pass. Take longer, but safer.
You can head west if you want, but I will tell you, due west from here, there is humans. You can heed my warning or not. I do not care which. But we have no time to waste. The wind moves and so do we. Thank you for your time and I will see you again. And as you said, I hope it is under better circumstances. And on that, they will take off if no one says anything else to them.
I'm going to watch them, make sure they go the direction they say they were going.
They do indeed follow the wind. They head off with the own wind, which is, again, blowing kind of this direction already because the storm is kind of coming in towards everyone. And you're all kind of left with this howling wind that's slowly starting to pick up, and you get the feeling that there is indeed something coming.
Just a quick aside to Redley. Thank you for diffusing that. I wasn't in the mood for a goose dinner.
I think we're all tired, old friend.
Quite.
Sheffy comes over and says, "You handled that very well." And as she speaks, you can see her small legs are shaking and shivering, and then her old tired bones are even more tired than usual.
Readily will call out to. Readily will try to call out to the fan. "Are you able to scout ahead and maybe see where we can take shelter?
We can split up, check many directions, come back.
Sylvie thinks you are very strong, like a great white shark, she says to Burgadine.
I'm just gonna kind of puff up proudly. Wish I could swim as well as one, but I don't have the skill for that.
It is all right. Sylvie can teach you how to swim.
I would
She is
very
good
much
swimmer.
enjoy that.
She smiles and Squeak kind of pipes in. I think we are on time. I don't want to be in a storm. The last storm I had almost blew me away, and I was hiding in a hole. And there's no holes around here.
Then the Fian will take off, sort of scout the area to try and find somewhere that we can hole up to weather the storm.
Very well. That is a lay of the land roll, which is when you attempt to understand your surroundings, roll plus sense. And you can ask either 1 or 2 questions or 0, depending on your roll.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Very well. With an 8, you can ask one of the following questions, and these are under the basic moves that you can see in the handouts. This is basic move 1. It's in the bottom right corner. The questions are, what resources could be gathered here? Are there any predators nearby? Are there any humans or human traps nearby? And what has passed by here recently? And I guess in this case, since you're kind of looking, you could say, is there any shelter nearby? As part of this question is one of the questions you could ask. I would say that'd be reasonable. I think the list is mostly examples. And in this case, I think it makes sense since you're looking for shelter.
Yeah, I think that is the primary and only real question we need answered.
Very well. You kind of look around. And 1 second. You can kind of see that kind of to the west, there is a human civilization of old houses. And it looks like it used to be like a large human civilization there, but only a few of the buildings look taken care of, as there's sort of these large like vines and moss kind of taking back some of the buildings, as if this used to be a place of great human activities, and it's no longer such a thing. And you see a great large sign for this human area that's up. Does the Fane know how to read human language?
I think some of them at least spend some time scavenging in towns and cities, like picking from bins. So they probably run into language often enough.
Very well, I'm going to whisper you.
Okay.
Not that it's like a big deal, but that is the name of the sign. The name on the sign is this. And you can see, importantly, to answer your question finally, there is a very large old building made of rusting steel and concrete that's kind of falling apart and being retaken by nature. And that's kind of like, looks fairly unoccupied, though you do see some other crows lurking about there. But that is the best place for shelter that you can see that's nearby as well. It's kind of a bit further out of the town, whereas any other buildings you'd have to actually go into the town to come across.
Okay, then we will return kind of piece by piece to share. You know, probably a few of them come back and say nothing good in that direction. Nope, not that way. And then a few come back and say, found a human place. The Middle Ands. Some human dens, far from the others, look empty, not used, broken. Maybe hide in there. Did see other crows. Don't know if friendly or not. But if there are crows, maybe not humans.
Seems safe enough. Do you think we can get there before the storm? How far is it?
If we travel quick, I think yes.
I'm going to start herding the little ones, getting ready to shift directions.
Very well. You start herding everyone. Chef even look over at all of you and she'll say, oh, how hard do you think we are going to have to travel? I am a bit exhausted as it is.
Not far, not far.
All right. Well, I suppose I'll do it. Lass kind of looks over to her and says, how about I carry Squeak for a little bit? Just let you rest. All right. Very well. Does anyone else kind of say anything or make any plans for this journey? You're still kind of low on food at the moment, too. You don't have much to eat. You're kind of heading more towards human lands, which could be good or could be bad, but hopefully away from this pollution.
It's okay, Chefy. Us old gals can take up the rear. We'll go at whatever pace you're most comfortable with.
I'll do my best to get everyone forward. And Squeak, we're heading towards human lands. You know what that means? It means they're going to have to be sticking up for us. I can get anything open if it's closed, and I know what all the best human food is, if there is human food. With this, I guess the last will start following behind the fan, since they will be leading the way, I presume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just kind of leading along.
Very well. You begin leading everyone through these marshes. And this is going to be another all-together now with community plus harmony.
Who wants this one?
I rolled so poorly on that homeward bound. Please, someone else.
I can take it if you want.
Actually, I think the fan have found this place, so let's see how they lead us there.
That's
Very
great.
well.
Yeah. 7.
+2.
Oh, plus. But do we still have 2 harmony?
I believe you do, though sometimes you lower it. We'll do that later. For now, we'll say since this was just the first time, the harmony hasn't gone down.
Okay. Well, it's a 9 then.
The conflict has gone up, however. A 9. Very well. You almost had enough resources to reach your destination, but some had to go without it. Untick the community's resources, which we will have done, and tick the community conflict clock. And hold on just a second here, because there might be something that one of the NPCs can do. Where is it? Here we are. So Shafi, in all of her exhaustion, will make a point to push herself for the group. And she will also, she doesn't like sacrifice her own food. She just notably is kind of like, oh, you eat this first. I'll have some later. And you kind of notice that she never actually eats because there's not enough to go around for everyone. And you can see that this takes out a lot on her, and she kind of gets more shaky and exhausted. And instead of checking the conflict box, Sheffy kind of sets an example for the group and goes without. And her health declines because of this. but it keeps the group and community together and makes sure that everyone else has enough to eat. Does anyone do anything along this journey as the winds slowly start to pick up? And you can smell this sort of smell of rusted metal and steel as you kind of approach the edge of these human lands. And the kind of gentle air of the bogs, even with the smog, there's still sort of this freshness of nature. And it sort of starts to turn more to the remnants of smog, as if the people in these lands have sort of been polluting the air, though you're very thankful to get away from like the very harsh chemicals that were in the water there. And how are all of you kind of traveling and handling this?
I think the Fian are probably not too happy with the foul air. They're probably flying a bit lower and trying to, maybe flying a little erratically, just trying to avoid patches of bad air.
Very well.
I am keeping pace with Sheffy, but kind of getting really low to the ground, trying to keep as much of the natural earth and air close to my face and my body, try to get below any of the ick that's hanging in the air.
Very well. And you do your best to stay away from the ick. And you can kind of feel this disagreeableness to the surrounding lands and the difficulty of all your companions are going through. And you get more nervous as you approach, as you know, the closer you get to human lands, the more likely there is to find a human. And you hear the sort of calling of crows as you get closer and closer to this old building that's made of, again, like crumbling stone and metal and rust. And you can kind of see it off in the distance. And I got like a picture for you here.
Oh.
Oh.
That's not a farmhouse.
Nope.
Along the tops of the building, as you see it off in the distance, you can see many crows calling from the top of the building. And they seem to be in a ruckus about something.
Seeing how rough everyone's taking this journey and how tired they're being, I think the Fian would discuss and send a couple on ahead to kind of just get a quick read on what the situation is like, if these are going to just come at us, turn us away, be very hostile, or if maybe there's something we can work out, just so that people don't get there and then have to figure this out and deal with it.
Very well. You hear the calling of the crows, and as they see you, they sort of circle around and land on a place, or I guess they see some of you, I should say. They sort of circle around and land on the top of this building, and you can feel like the sort of rustling of the storm coming, and you can feel the unsettlingness of this human land and the creepiness that it has. And you're uncomfortable. And the crows, who you recognize as the murmurs, kind of call after you. And they look for a spot to meet on the roof to discuss something with you.
Sure. Yeah, we'll just flit down and yeah, try and just hop around, try to find a safe sort of flat spot.
Well, you hop around and you land, and you have to be careful because part of the ceiling kind of collapses a little bit as one of the members of your group lands. But it's not like a large bit, it's just like a little bit of crumbling, like if you poked like a needle into a graham cracker. And all of your members who are there gather around. Who's kind of the one who's going to be talking from the fan? What is their name?
Their name is Tak.
Tak. Very well. Tak sort of lands and takes the forward position. And one of the crows, who you can see is missing an eye and is sort of like shelded, kind of closed, but it doesn't look like they lost it naturally. They sort of, it looks like something happened to it that's like a burn, or perhaps like those chemicals that you're familiar with down the river or something like it, or fire. And some of their feathers are kind of missing around the eye as well. And they look to you and kind of take point. And despite their injury, they seem to be like the biggest and most prominent of these crows. And they look to you and they say, "Why are you here?"
Need shelter. Storms incoming.
"Yes, there is a storm coming, but it is not safe here.
Why no?
There are humans around, and they are hungry."
Mm,
As they say this, you can hear a loud boom and burst as the air splits, much louder than any predator could roar. And back with the rest of the group, you see something so fast your eyes don't really even catch it, but you can feel like the push of the wind. And many other birds and bugs fly off into the air. And you see a man with a large metal pipe in his hand, and it's got some kind of weird wooden contraption on the bottom, and it makes this massive boom sound as the human sort of looks at all of your the rest of the group who aren't at the mill with the rest of the Fian. And you can see it looks like there's a hungry human hunter who is chasing after everyone in the group. What do all of you do?
Has Burgundy seen a gun before?
You are familiar with what guns are. You don't like understand like the full concept, but you know there's a loud boom, and every time someone is hurt, and then there's a boom, and you don't know how this happens exactly, but you've seen it's so fast that you can't really comprehend exactly what it is.
Seeing this hunter, she's going to feel that panic well up in her, that not understanding that this is imminent harm, and just yell at everyone to run.
Very well. You scream to run. You see the hunter is kind of like this older man with a long sort of white beard, and he's a bit overweight, which kind of helps you maybe feel a bit more comfortable, like you might be able to outrun him. And he's fiddling with this, pipe, this gun that he has, and trying to probably, you wouldn't know this, but he's reloading it. And all of you are in a frenzy. What is everyone doing as Burgundy yells to run to everyone?
What is Lass doing?
Lass is barking up a storm right now, and she's kind of working with Burgundy to push everyone forward, and she's screaming, "We got to get out of here! This is dangerous!" And she's kind of barking at the man, and her barks seemingly are, they've given the man some paws. He wasn't expecting a sheepdog to be amongst your group, but the man seems to be looking at everyone. He seems to be eyeing towards Sheffy in particular.
I would probably, in the midst of scurrying, I would yell for Lass to like fetch or push or carry Selfie.
Very well. Lass, without missing a beat, listens to instructions. And Selvi isn't actually very fast on land. She's a bit better in the marshes, but out here it's not good for her travel speed. So Lass does her best to kind of get Selvi on her back, and they start running as fast as they can. Sheffy follows behind, and you can see, though, that especially after missing out on food, she's sort of lagging behind and having some difficulties keeping up.
With Lass taking care of Selvi, I'm going to mimic, and this is going to sound really mean. I'm going to mimic something I've seen last you and heard Sheffy by nipping, not making contact, but nipping at her back legs just to try to push her faster.
Very well. You kind of egg Sheffy on, and somewhere deep in her soul, she's experienced this many times with Lass. You kind of egg and push her on. I guess, can you give me a help check with your relationship with her?
Okay. With Sheffy, that's a 0, so it's just a straight help.
Yes.
7.
That is a success, a partial success. Let me see here.
Meanwhile, keeping like half an eye on the hunter to see if he's gaining ground.
Sure. So you help her and get her to kind of push forward. But as you do this and everyone else starts to immediately flee, we then see the hunter kind of looks around at the group looking for the easiest target amongst the animals. And he changes from looking at Sheffy to looking at Readily. What is the Fian doing during all this chaos?
Okay. The murmurs are here. I think Tak just turns to them and just help us distract. We run. You can go with them. They'll help keep you safe. Find food for you.
You can see like there's whispering amongst the crows. And you get where they get the name of the murmurs. And let me turn that down a little bit. And the leader who calls himself, he says, "I Stockeye will help you, but we must be careful."
Yes.
And go ahead. What were you going to say?
And then the Fian are going to gather up as many of them as there are there. I think there's probably still a few with the group fleeing, but all the ones that are out here, probably about like half the group or so, are going to start flocking this human and just flapping at his face, pecking his ear, not aiming to like take him out or, fight him properly, just hinder him.
Very well. I must ask.
Yes.
As you are doing this, are you trying to do the one of us ability back onto the still mill, on top of the still mill?
If possible.
You can definitely do that.
Join the flock, then
so then give me a roll plus social check. And go ahead and give me a roll for fierce as well, as you're trying to I guess I can ask, you're engaging, I presume, correct? Or are you just hindering them?
I think we're just hindering. We're not engaging, we're just doing a hinder.
Sure. I believe hinder is just relationship. So I guess your relationship with the human is probably like -1. Well, I guess that in reverse, that might be good. We'll put it at a 0 since you don't have a relationship with this human.
Yeah. Okay. So social is a 4.
Is a 4. So
yep.
You do your best to convince them, and they're willing to help you in the moment, do you think? But they're not.
Yes.
They're not interested in sticking with you right now.
Mm-hmm.
And give me your it should be straight 2d6, I believe, for hindering.
Yep. That's another 4.
Oh dear. The hunter like brushes you aside, and he seems locked in on Readily now. He's decided on his prize. And speaking of Readily, what are you doing during this moment?
Is there... How much space is there between me and the hunter, roughly?
You've got like a good 100-foot head start on him right now, though you know that these weapons they use can strike from quite a distance. You're also about you're like a couple hundred feet away now from the steel mill, where right now you're kind of out in the open because you're still in these grasslands, so there's not much place to hide. And the steel mill is the closest like big thing you could hide behind, except for the occasional like small tree, which would give some cover, or a little bit of rock or something. But there's not a whole lot of places to hide out here.
Okay. Readily is going to ditch the walking stick and hold onto the black feather as hard as they can, and try to zigzag and run as fast as I can directly towards the steel mill.
Very well. Let's see here. I don't know if there's a specific role for this. I guess I'd probably ask for reflex.
Okay.
Yeah, a feat of speed is reflex for stay safe. Excellent. You avoid the danger. You quickly dash and zigzag. There's another boom, and behind you, you see like some of the dirt fly off into the air as if something was bursting from the ground, and yet there's nothing there. And quickly after that, it's followed by this raucous boom, and it echoes against like the half-open steel mill, where part of it is kind of collapsed, and the other open houses and trees around here. And as this happens, you can see that the hunter doesn't seem to have given up on you, and he's kind of reloading his gun, and he's following behind, but he's willing to chase you all the way towards and inside of the steel mill. What is Brigandine doing as the others are kind of running with you towards the steel mill? Everyone else has kind of
go ahead.
has kind of fallen behind as the hunter has kind of given up on everyone and seems distracted from all of you at the moment, at least.
I was keeping an eye on the hunter, and the second that I saw that they're going for readily, I fixated on them, seeing everyone else go. And the moment that I hear that boom, I'm going to try to bite his leg.
Oh, excellent.
Because now he's like a real threat.
Yes. You can give me a engage a foe. Do you have anything special for this? One thing to keep in mind, though, is humans are an unstoppable force in this game. So you can kind of impede him, but you can't like fully stop him.
Right. This would probably be right around... This would count as a defining moment because this is an unstoppable foe that I'm now engaging in.
Oh, it's definitely an unstoppable foe, yes. What is your defining moment? Tell us.
This move must be unlocked during play when you stand against an insurmountable threat in defense of your community. I face it alone and guarantee the safety of the community from the threat regardless of what happens to me. I know that they can't be beat, and if I had any harm, it would reset my harm clock, but I haven't taken any, so that doesn't count. But I'm trying to guarantee everyone else can get safe.
Very well. Let's see what you get here. Very well. As you go to engage the human, what are you trying to do to him to stop him?
Staying low and kind of going behind. I'm just going to... They only got the 2 legs, so I'm going to go for one of them.
Very well. You go and bite one of his legs, and he starts shaking the leg and cursing something that in a language you don't understand. You don't speak human. And with his other leg, he sort of kicks at you and kicks you away, and you gain one harm. You basically lose a hit point because he kind of kicks you off of him. But you've definitely stopped him for the moment and slowed him down. And he seems to still be fiddling with the gun as the best he can at the moment. And you seem to have a moment of respite if you want to either try to run or keep fighting, as everyone else is piling in to the mill, I presume. Is that what everyone else is doing?
Yes, I would be. Yes.
What about
He's not giving up, though, right? Like, I can see that he's still looking towards the group.
He seems divided right now. He doesn't seem 100% sure.
We're seeing he's fiddling with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are any parts of it shiny?
Oh, the whole thing is shiny except for the wood.
Oh.
And even the wood is like polished.
Oh, okay, right. We're maybe getting a little distracted here, but we're also trying to help. We're going to start going for the shiny bits and maybe try to knock some of them out of his hands and take them.
Excellent. Let me see here. I'm going to say that would probably be reflex. I would say if you're trying to like steal something, I would imagine that would be. I don't think I see a specific move for that. Do you have a move?
Not particularly, no.
Then we'll just say straight reflex.
Okay. That's a 2.
Oh no. So you go to steal these little like he's got like these cylinders that he's trying to put into the pipes, and as he tries to push it in, you go to like knock it off, and you actually end up helping him push in faster.
Oops.
And it snaps closed, and he sort of gives like a devious smile as he looks around, trying to decide what to do next. He hasn't seemed to have completely decided yet. And I guess I should ask readily, what are you doing during all this?
I would go into the mill and like immediately just hide right from the boom. As soon as that shot happened, right, my ears went down. I went and hid as soon as I got into the mill. But seeing that no one is coming in, or the Fane and Burgundy aren't coming in, now I'm worried. So I will peek back out, and I imagine see this conflict taking place.
You do indeed, and you see that he's looking ready to fire another shot. And as you do, you feel this great gust of wind, and you hear another boom, but not from the gun this time, but rather from thunder. And you see lightning off in the distance. And as the wind pushes in, you hear the shaking and creaking of this steel mill, as you're worried that it may be safe or may not be, but at least this entry area you're worried might actually potentially collapse. If you're further in, you think it'd be okay, but this area, like, it's already partially collapsed here, so you're worried that it could actually collapse even further, and everyone's kind of piled underneath this overhang that you guys are hiding in.
In this moment, being torn on what to do, I want to go inside and head for safety, but I can't abandon my friends. I will very quickly direct everyone to head into the mill, head towards its heart. And I want to go back out and head towards the hunter, like just zigzagging, head towards the hunter as fast as I can. Meanwhile, just like, screaming like, Burgundy, no! And kind of just head in that direction.
Very well. You go out and you start screaming. So you're trying to get this human's attention? Is that it?
No, I'm trying to kind of
okay.
Not have Burgundy like engage, because I see the danger. Yes, okay. I see the danger that can happen.
Yeah, Burgundy, you hear the shouting readily, and the human kind of like looks over at this noise, and you can hear readily they're screaming at you to like, no, run away. What are you going to do? We're back to you.
I hear readily scream, and I have a little bit of a flinch, but I'm still staring straight at this hunter. I want him to pay attention to me. I want him to engage with me. Everyone else needs to be safe. So I'm going to, with this clash of thunder and lightning.
I should just mention, you have seen everyone else is in the mill except for readily at this moment. And I guess some of the members of the Fian are still helping as well. But the majority of the group is at safety, just so you're aware.
Right. And the hunter, you had said, seems conflicted on whether or not to keep with it or go. So I'm trying to push him to go. I'm not going to attack again, but I am going to, with this very dramatic lighting you have provided with the thunder and lightning, and blood on my teeth from the initial bite, I'm just going to make the gnarliest face I can and just growl at him and just do everything I can to seem threatening to sort of push him back.
Very well. Give me a fierce for intimidation. And if you have, I think you have that intimidation thing. Does that apply to, what was it? I remember.
It's only for other animals.
It's only for other animals, so just a normal fierce check in this case.
Yeah. Okay.
A 9. So that's a partial success. And what happens is he definitely looks scared of you, but his fear turns into aiming his new reloaded gun in your direction to shoot. And you will need to give me a reflex to avoid it. Is the Fian doing anything as this man is about to shoot their companion?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Well, hindering him clearly isn't working, so I think what I would have said is they would probably try to help Burgundine by like covering for her, like just flitting past to kind of obscure which direction she's going to dodge.
Very well. Your group flies over. The fan flies over the man's eyes, and he kind of is swatting you away, and then he goes and pulls the trigger, and with great grace and skill, despite her injuries, Burgundine jumps out of the way of the shot, and the man now has to reload again, and all of you have a chance to do something as the man is cursing, and he throws the gun down on the ground, and he says something in a language that does not sound like it would be appropriate for the stream. And what are all of y'all going to do now that you have a moment? Again, we'll go back to readily. At least he's dropped his gun for now, so he's not a direct threat.
If I see him drop the item, the pipe that he's holding, readily will kind of just like come to on their haunches and kind of pull back, ears down again, really stressed out here. Readily is going to make a move towards their right to kind of just head out into the field the opposite way, like in between the mill and the man, to make not necessarily make themselves a target, but circumvent the mill if I need to.
I guess you're gonna try to like. You're heading back towards the mill, but going around it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely do that. You start running back around towards the front side of this mill where there's this sort of asphalt road that your familiar humans like to build, but they have these big, monstrous animals, ? They're very noisy, and they have these strange things called wheels on them. And you sort of run that direction, though there doesn't seem to be any activity of any of these cars there right now. It's just the place is abandoned. And you kind of make your way around, and the man, he eyes you and he notices this, but he doesn't chase quite yet. What are the other two of you doing?
I'm a little mad at Readily for coming back out, but appreciate the support. I am going to... He has dropped the loud stick.
He has, yes.
I know the loud stick is where the danger comes from. I am going to grab the loud stick and try to run.
Very well. How large is Burgundy? I should have asked. Like, do you have a good idea? Because this is like a, for us, I guess I should say, it's like a big kind of single shell shotgun. So it'd be pretty reasonably
They're
large.
about a medium-sized dog.
So, potentially, how are you going to carry it? I guess I should ask.
My teeth.
Okay, that would be fairly difficult. I'm not going to say impossible. You can give me, I would say, probably again fierce, because that's like your sort of strength, how strong you are.
Yeah. This isn't a well thought out idea.
Reflex. If you really wanted to use reflex, you can use that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to separate human from danger item.
Very well, then give me fierce. Very well. So you grab it, and the shotgun is firmly in your jaws, and you start. Are you going to start running away with it when you get it? I presume.
It is.
Where are you running towards?
Not directly towards the mill, but kind of off to like the side.
The left or the right side?
Ooh. Which way did we come from?
So y'all are sort of approaching it like from the east, and readily ran to the north, and you could go to the south or the north, but it's due west of where you are. Think of it like a rectangle with like part of it sliced off and it's open, and you're approaching that sliced off section. And to your north you have the streets, and to your south you have kind of more of these like wilderness and fields that aren't actually part of the mill itself.
I would head towards the more wild area.
Very well. So you sort of start dashing off as fast as you can towards the wild area, and that is a success, so you grab it. But the negative is you also grab the human's attention as he starts, screaming at you, "Give me my damn gun back!" And
Burp, burp, burp.
exactly. And we're back to the fan. What are all of you doing?
Okay, he dropped the danger stick, so
Mhm.
what does it look like he was about to do next? What was the plan there?
It looks like you've been around humans a lot, and you're very intelligent creatures. So you would know that humans are like these complex creatures with emotions. And you've seen humans do this before, usually when you steal something from them, which you've done many times, I presume, or your group has done many times. And you could tell this was an emotion called frustration. He wasn't really thinking. He just kind of threw it down in the moment, and he was like, "Oh shit, I dropped my gun." And now he's chasing after his gun.
Okay. All right, then. We've been failing at this. This is what happens when we split the flock. We're not good at anything. But the members that are still trying to help with this are going to continue trying to help with Burgundy's strat. Just obscure his vision, make sure he can't see where she's taking the gun. Hopefully she can duck behind something, and he has no idea where it's gone.
All right. Well, I'm going to say
distracted.
At this point, he's definitely going to start swatting at you, and you're small enough that that's actually a danger.
Yep, we're familiar with this. We're fine.
So I'm going to say, I'm not going to have you roll to see if you succeed, but I'm going to have you roll reflex to see if you can avoid getting potentially swatted. And in this case, your hit points is your 10 members. Each member is 1. So the potential of you losing one of your 10 members.
Yeah.
If you want to give me reflex.
That's how it be. That's a 7.
A 7. I'm going to say that you're able to distract him, and he swats one of your members down, and you can see their wing is kind of injured, and they're not dead, and they're kind of hopping away on the ground, but you know that they might not even be able to join you, or if they do, it might be difficult. You can tell that it's going to take them a while to heal, and they might not be able to fly for a while. So I guess for now, just note you have sort of 9.5, I guess. I think you start with 10 if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So you can note that down. And readily, as you kind of round towards the corner of the mill, you see what's kind of going on, where the hunter's being chased in the other direction, and one member of the fan has been injured during this, and you can feel the wind is kind of picking up and the thunder is booming, and you can see the entire building is kind of shaking back and forth, especially this front section that's already partially collapsed. And you know that the rest of the community is inside this building that looks like it's at risk.
Readily will stop on the asphalt and breathe a sigh and look at everything happening and look straight up at the sky and just inwardly frustrated. Just, damn it! I'm going to go into the mill. And is there an exit on the other side?
There is. There's lots of holes too,
Oh, there is.
because
Okay.
it's like rusted and falling apart. But specifically, this sort of front section that you're approaching, it would be like the eastern side of the steel mill is kind of shaking and shimmering, and you probably need to get maybe not out of it, but at least deeper in towards the west if you want to be safe.
Okay.
You can tell it's kind of getting close to collapsing, and things are not looking great.
Then I will head into the mill. I mean, having directed everyone to go deeper into the heart of it. But if I do see anyone on the way going west, I would, just keep running towards the west, and just make my way there. All the meanwhile, hoping that my friends make it. There's nothing else that I could do.
Very well. As you sort of make your way in, you see the wind blows, and bits of the roof and like bits of metal, rusted metal, and rock fall down, and it brushes up against Lass, who does her best to dodge out of the way. But you can see in the moment, Squeak starts screaming, and they fell off the back of Lass. And it's not like a lot of debris, but Squeak is so small. Squeak is stuck under some of the debris of this eastern side of the mill. And Squeak is struggling to get free, and this whole place looks like it could collapse any second.
Readily looks at Squeak and then looks around, and there's this moment of realization with this recurring dream that they've been having over and over, and they haven't talked about this to anyone. They wanted to discuss it with either Burgundy or Sheffy, but the moment never arose. And out of all the prophecies that Readily has seen up to this point, they know that in their bones, this is the moment that everything culminates to. That there's a measure of assurance that either a portion of this is going to fall or something is going to happen, and there's going to be a catastrophe. So looking at that and knowing that fear, that instilled fear in me, I will make my way towards Squeak and just push off the rubble as fast as I can and just shove him further in.
Very well. You shove Squeak, and Squeak starts dashing further in as you both run, and there's more debris kind of falling down. And we will cut to the other two who are outside, and this man is still chasing after you guys. What are y'all doing?
We can see the building looks like it's kind of falling in on itself, right?
Yes, your group has definitely noticed that people are in danger if they're still on the eastern side of the building, which at this point, I don't know exactly where all your group is, but I presume some members have at least noticed that Readily and Squeak in particular are in danger.
Okay. Burgundy, do you want to do something dangerous?
Sure.
Okay, then the Fian are going to attempt to lead Burgundy with the hurt stick to lure the human into the falling part of the building.
Very well.
All on board with this.
In this case, I'm just going to ask for reflex from both of you. And why don't we go ahead and get reflex from Readily as well?
Okay.
As all of you try to navigate into this building to lure the human in, but also potentially into a dangerous situation.
That's a 5 for me.
9.
8.
Very well. As you all sort of start making your way into the building. Readily, you're kind of escorting Squeak out as best you can. And Squeak is dashing, and you see the human is like chasing in past Burgundy and the Fian are all kind of rustling in, and there's a great boom and a rush of wind as part of the building collapses down. And for Burgundy and for Readily, if you can each give me a d6 divided by 2, or a d3 if you want to roll a d3, and I need a d6 from the fan during this moment.
One.
I rolled a 1.
3.
Very well. That's how much harm you take as part of the building collapses. So for the Fian, one of your members is caught. And unfortunately, I don't think that's enough to drop you to 0, is it, Burgundy?
No.
So for both of you, it's not deadly, but for Readily, I believe you rolled a 3, right?
Yes.
So how much harm do you have in total?
4.
So
3 out of 4.
You kind of dash and you kind of pick up and push Squeak out of the way at the last moment, and you see the signs of your vision coming true as it collapses, and you're convinced that this is going to be the end, and you're injured very heavily as like part of the rubble falls on you, but you see that the rest of your group has made it out mostly safely, but you're very gravely injured as you have bits of stone and rubble and steel kind of collapsed, and like some of your bones have kind of like cracked a little bit and you're struggling to move. And you look back to see the human, and there's no sign of them anymore. And all of you are sort of left in this quiet moment where you're kind of shielded from the wind and the storm as it starts pouring down and raining. And you're left to kind of dwell on this moment together and your injuries. And I think this is a good spot for our break.
Yeah. The stress. Readily.
You're still alive.
I know, but yeah.
Just
A Welcome back, everyone. We've just left off, and the human who was trying to hunt the community has vanished in the collapse of this building. We have Readily, who's been almost killed and is gravely wounded by this collapse of rubble and metal. And the Fian has also lost a member. The other group are coughing up a storm from all the smoke and dust and rust that's kind of in the air. And I think everyone at this point has at least one point of harm done to them. And what is everyone doing kind of like as the dust settled? And you can see everyone's kind of covered in like this mix of this like brown and gray and white dust that's kind of coated the area.
I am quickly shaking it off and frantically taking note of where everyone is. I've dropped the boomstick at this time. And seeing how hurt Readily is, I am going to make my way over there, being careful of any rough or sharp terrain, and just kind of take stock of what condition they're in.
How exactly is Readily looking? Like, how are they harmed?
Readily is on their back. There is various pieces of rubble around them. Two of their limbs are broken, and there's probably internal injuries of some sort, but they're just there breathing very hard, looking straight up at the ceiling, not bothering to move around, not bothering to move their neck.
That view of the ceiling gets obscured by a big old badger snout.
In one eye you have the badger snouts, and in another, Squeak is looking over worriedly. They're very concerned, especially since you can tell from the look on their face they feel very guilty as you came to the rescue. What are the Fian doing during this moment?
They're probably also, some of them are like crowding over to kind of check the people who have been injured to make sure people are all right. They are probably the first, maybe the only people to notice that one of them is missing.
Mm-hmm.
At which they probably start panicking, trying to find them, and then evidently can't.
Very well. You hear like the sort of willful squawking of the Fian, and you have these two companions looking over you readily. Do you do anything in response to this?
Readily coughs a bit and begins to talk. Where stone tends to dust and steel turns to rust. Friends first in trouble, and then comes rubble. The collapsing girders, and two murders. The dream that I kept seeing over and over and over and over. Turns out that not every prophecy was a quack.
The Squeak sort of uses their tongue to kind of lick some of the dirt and grime off your face. You are very, very brave. Very, very brave.
And you feel like hot badger breath, because I'm real close to you. And you see Burgundy kind of close her eyes, kind of dealing with her own wounds, but more concerned with you. And she deeply, like, bracing herself. You don't quite know against what, but she goes, I do love your stories so, and you have such a vivid imagination and dreams, but please, I don't take charge often, but when I tell you to run, you must run, friend.
What are we but not bonds to each other? And where would we be without this community? A tree is only as strong as its roots, and here we have rooted within each other. I could not leave you out there, friend. I could not let you be in trouble.
But it's my job. That's my thing to do. I take that burden so you don't get hurt like this. It is my job to get hurt. And you see a few tears get lost in the dark stripes of her face. It's a rare sight. She doesn't show emotion readily. And she's just kind of breathing heavy over you, not knowing what to do in this moment, because it's always been her that has taken on the burden of harm for the group. And she doesn't know what to do when it falls on someone else. Especially her friend.
I have seen this moment over and over. And I could not let you do it. I chose my own death. Better me than you. You, who are strong, who are able to protect. Burgundy, please, do me one last favor.
Don't say last.
Take and readily will the one hand that is working is they've been holding on to that feather that the goose gave with dear life. Take this feather. It is a symbol of camaraderie, a symbol of bonding, a symbol of family. That it doesn't matter if we're strangers or not. We can get so much and do so much and accomplish if we just take the time to work together. And I know it's not easy and the world is long and dark, but sometimes the fangs don't need to come out. Sometimes there are other ways.
She looks aside very quietly, so only you and Squeak can hear. She goes, "That's all I know how to do. That's all I've ever known how to do for this community. I have nothing else to offer."
It's never too late to learn. Seek wisdom from the fan. They know.
As you're having this moment, there's a loud, like, clapping sound of plastic hitting concrete and metal. And you see Sheffy's dropped this box that's like kind of coated in dust, but you can tell it's white and has this big red cross on it. And she says, "I spent enough time around the humans to know we can help you get better. Lass can help you walk."
Riley takes a moment to absorb this information. And they close their eyes. And they feel this deep moment of gratitude and sadness and love. There's humility and shame as in there as well. And there's like a small whisper. Thank you. You old sheep.
I haven't given up on you yet. I think we're still in a fight to see who's going to live longer. As she does this, Lass is kind of looking over at all the birds, and she goes, "Why, I think one of you are missing. Is she outside?"
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh. Uh-oh. We'll cut back to that scene in a moment. On the other side of things, Squeak is opening the box. And as Squeak does this, you can see they carefully pull out like bits of like bandage and wood and start doing their best to kind of patch you up. They're not really an expert at this, but Sheffy guides them through the process, as she's seen this done many times on other sheep by the humans as they patch them up. And she, the two of them together, like quietly start to get you bandaged. It's not going to remove any harm, but it's going to stop you from losing your last point, basically.
Okay.
I know it hurts, but you have to bear with it. I don't want to lose you yet.
Opening their eyes, they look at Squeak and smile, and they look at Burgundy straight into your eyes, and there's a resounding sigh that comes forth from the body. What the hell? There's fighting me yet?
That's what I like to hear. But leave the fighting to those more suited, used to it. I'll give you this one, but just this one. She nudges you a little bit. Softly. I don't want to break anything.
Squeak and Sheffy both kind of giggle a bit as Squeak is continuing to bandage you up, and they say, "See, it'll all be right. I'll make it up to you one day. I think I owe you one. Or 5. On my life, I guess." Do we have a Sari back?
Am I back?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
good.
So Lass has noticed that one of the birds is missing, and all of your calling and moaning.
One of them will land, just kind of look at the floor, scrape at it, and just say, Aji didn't make it.
Oh, she didn't make it. But I always loved chasing her. She was so fast.
But I think she knew she was fast. She thought she could slow the human down some more.
Yeah. Maybe we just haven't found her yet. Lass runs over to the pile of rubble and starts using her paws to like dig and knock things over and search. And her nose is up in the air sniffing.
I'll probably just fly over, just kind of land on her shoulder and say, "It's okay. We don't want to see. It's fine. There are many of us. We're small. We expect things like this happen. People don't really notice. There's so many of us.
I know this. I can smell that she's somewhere in there. Maybe she's still alive.
Maybe. But if not, then just tell us. We don't need to see.
She sniffs the air some more and digs around.
Mm.
And after like a couple minutes of this, her head hangs low, and it doesn't seem like she's even able to find Agi at all inside the rubble. It was too deep. And you can see Selby is just kind of watching all this from the corner, but she hasn't said anything. And all of you have probably noticed this by now as well, as all this was kind of happening simultaneously. And you realize that your community has kind of lost a lot in this moment. Squeak kind of looks over to Lass and says, Lass, can you help us? We need you to carry readily. They're hurt. And Lass sort of looks over, not having realized quite how readily is. And she kind of comes over with a sad look in her eyes, and her puppy dog eyes are really wide. And she says, Oi, what happened to you? Are you all right?
I won't live yet. I won't live yet.
All right, well, I can carry you for now. Let's at least get out of the way of this rubble pile. It's still blowing out there. And as she says this, you can hear the pitter-patter of rain and the blowing of the wind. Bits of the holes in this building sort of have like puddles forming. But there are parts that are dry enough that you can rest in here. And the storm is slowly blowing over. But you feel you'll be safe in this part of the building for now.
I have a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
No, you go.
Are the murmurs still around?
They're kind of sitting at like the top of the girders of this steel mill. They're kind of calling, and once your group starts kind of doing this moaning call, they'll mimic and pay their respects as well. And they seem very moved watching how all of you have responded to this.
And yeah, we'll probably just leave them to themselves for now anyway, at least while the storm's going.
Very well. Let me see. Rosie, what were you going to say before we...
Seeing that Readily is taken care of, stabilized, has attention on him, I'm going to trudge over to where Selby is and see how she's doing.
She's sort of kind of watching from the corner everything, and she seems kind of shocked and shaken, like she's in shock basically. She doesn't really seem as responsive. She's usually pretty active and paying a lot of attention. Her head's always turning like she has ADHD or something. And right now she's just kind of staring blankly.
I'm going to sniff around here to make sure there's no injuries, and then kind of try to be a little goofy with the sniffing to get her attention, like almost try to tickle a little bit, just kind of trying to playfully nudge her back to reality.
Very well. You kind of playfully nudge at Selby. Give me a relationship roll.
Okay. It's just a straight one because she's an NPC.
Yes, NPC, and you didn't select her.
Yeah.
That's a success. So you kind of get her attention, and she kind of looks over, but she doesn't laugh, and she still seems kind of out of it. But she's kind of snapped at least partially out of it. She's paying attention to you.
That was very scary, wasn't it?
Sylvie does not like it when there is danger.
I know. That's what we've been trying to protect everyone from, but sometimes danger finds us.
It reminds Sylvie of the nets that they used to hurt fish and seals as well.
But you never got caught in one of those nets, and you didn't get caught in this one either. You are safe. We are safe now, for the time being.
Sylvie thinks this is too dry for her. She misses the water. And as she says that, she sort of walks over to like one of the holes in the ceiling where water is pouring through and there's a puddle. And basically uses it kind of like a shower to start cleaning all the dust and dirt and rust off of her body.
And I'm going to go over to where she is and take a little shower too in camaraderie and watch her for a little bit and go, soon enough. We will have as much water as you care to swim in. You can go as far as you want or stay as close as you want. You will have so much freedom. I cannot wait for that for you.
Sylvie is very thankful to you. To everyone. She kind of looks over to the group and she yells, and it echoes in the building. She yells, "Sylvie loves all of you very much." And it sort of like echoes back and forth around the room.
And we love Sylvie. And I'm going to press foreheads with her.
And I think a lot of the Fian start like mimicking the word love, just kind of echoing it through.
Very well. As you do so, it echoes, and the murmurs join you as well. They start murmuring it. And in this moment of kind of the wind starts to slow down, and it breaks into a soft rain, and the word love is sort of reverberated around the entire room for a while. Is there anything else before we kind of want to move on?
I'm just going to stick that feather sort of in the depths of my fur behind my ear where there's still fur left.
You sort of stick it in. As you do, you can kind of feel some of like the pain that you're having as well from that kick that you got earlier. And all of you sort of cuddle in, use the rainwater to kind of wash yourselves off, and you gather together in a big group, and the murmurs join you for this, and everyone kind of stays warm together amongst this rusted metal of the still and the vines and plants of this place that's been forgotten by the humans for the most part. And you have a night of peace and quiet together. And we'll close down on that scene here. And this is where we mention there's two things. First off, all of you will gain. Usually you would get growth ticks as we play, but since this is just a one-shot at the halfway mark, because the party had a very big success with this, we're giving all of you a full growth meter, a level up basically, where everyone can pick a new move. And also, I knew I was doing something wrong earlier, but I forgot that the way the harmony clock works is you fill up the conflict ticks, and once you get every time you fail a roll, you get one conflict tick, and when it fills up, your harmony goes down by 1. So we kind of reset it to 2 because the party also just had a very big triumph, which would have increased our harmony. So we canceled it out, but just in case anyone's watching at home and curious how the game's supposed to work, that's how. And with that, I can ask Does anyone want to share what their new move that they're picking up for the level up is?
I'm going to be choosing Storyteller, which is I can tell like a cautionary folk tale that has a bearing on the current situation, and from it, if I succeed, the lesson is learned, and then the players gain a +1 ongoing.
Oh, that's excellent. What about the other two of you? If y'all need a moment to decide, we can give you a moment.
And I've decided, I'm just not sure I want to reveal it.
Oh, you can keep it secret if you think it would be better to keep it secret.
For now.
All right, we'll keep that a secret. What about Burgundy? Do you want to keep yours secret too?
It says one of the options is you can take a move once from another playbook.
Correct. So what you can do is there's a move you like in another playbook. You can stag it one time only. So if there is one you like, you can pick that one. And I think the other option is you can, well, I'll just go through the options. You can increase one of your stats by 1. You can pick a new move from your playbook, or one time and one time only per character, you can pick a move from another playbook.
Having watched the group and watched everything that's happened, feel like I have been so moved by Selvy's resiliency in all of this. She's so young and is taking this in pretty decent stride. So from the outsider playbook, I want to take the survivor move.
Excellent. Do you want to read that out for us? I think I've heard that before.
Survivor. When you make the engage foe basic move on a 12+ as well as the 10+ results, you can pick one of the following options. You can relocate the foe, gain the foe's undivided attention, or deal an extra harm.
Excellent. Very well. Some of you kind of cuddle up in the morning. After this very rough night, the sun rises and it kind of pokes out through these holes in the building. And all of you can feel like this warmth touch your cheeks. And you awake feeling slightly rested. I'll say everyone can heal 1 harm, since usually I believe that heals at the start of a session, but again, this is a one shot, so we'll just let everyone recover 1 of their harms. I'm not going to heal the NPCs, just the player characters for this.
Except the flock, who doesn't heal once per session.
Oh, that's correct. But you will have a chance to try to recruit either 1 or more of the murmurs. Again, especially after I think they saw all of you protecting each other and filling in. If you want, I'll give you another chance to use your move if you want to describe how you would try to convince them.
Yeah, I think probably come the morning, a few members of the Fian will head up to talk to the murmurs and kind of say, many of us, we can go many directions, find food. We share with you if you help find. Maybe if you want to stay with us, you come with us.
They murmur amongst themselves about your offer and about what has happened. I'll give you another chance to roll. I believe it is plus social.
Mm-hmm.
And I will give you a +1 bonus because they did decline once, but then you also had a very nice scene and a good role play. So we'll say +1 on that, in addition to your normal roll.
Okay. 9.
9. So you get to heal 1 harm, and they will join your flock. But you have to allow the narrator, which is me, the GM, to make 1 narrator move. And if you need to know what that is, I do have that. You should be able to see what the narrator moves are. What? You're gonna let me have one?
I'll let you have it.
Let's see here. Give me just a moment. I want to see what we can do.
Mischief.
I'm looking at my mischievous moves. I'm going to say that as you sort of all are waking up and making your rounds, and you convince the murmurs to come and join your flock, that you hear an awful lot of noise coming from outside. And it seems like there's a lot of human activity around the building right now.
Oh no.
They seem to be kind of gathered around, and there's these people wearing like various bright colored clothing, and they have tools for digging and lights. And they haven't found any of you yet, but they seem to be investigating the rubble pile.
Oh. Sure. Then probably while most of the flock are off searching for food, one will head back to the others and relay this information. Just probably go to Burgundy and just be like, there's some humans. They might be searching for the other human.
How many is some?
Give me 2d6.
Five.
Hey.
5 humans.
About half the Fien.
Oh, that's more than what we dealt with yesterday, and we can see what happened of that. I am sorry about Aggie.
If they're looking for that human, they might be distracted, might not look for us. But we should probably move.
I
soon.
agree. And I'll start rousting people if they're still asleep. Get up. Time to move.
Sylvie does not like it when you wake her up. Can she have 2 more days to sleep?
Oh, Selby. We need to move. Remember how I said how danger can find us? Danger has found us again. And I'm so sorry. I know it's not fun or convenient or easy. But you can sleep so much when we get to where we're going. I promise. You can sleep 2 days, 5 days.
Sylvie's not human. They will eat Sylvie. Sylvie needs to get away from here.
Yeah. Okay.
You can see Sheffy is already like wide awake. She seems like she's been awake for a while, and she's kind of like she like shedded like a little bit of her wool over Squeak and Last to help keep them warm, and she seems like she's a morning sheep. She's been up for a while, and Last and Squeak are also just now kind of getting up. What is Readily doing? Because I know you've obviously are still probably feeling very rough.
Yes.
Wounded.
I'm up, just laying around. I'm essentially at the whim of Lass. So whenever Lass is up and ready to go as my transport, I'm almost all in. But if they have a moment with Sheffy, I will thank her and tell her flat out, I know you old goat, and I'm not eating another bite until you eat something.
She kind of looks concerned. And she says, "Oh, I wished, but I'm afraid we're fresh out of food right now. We'll need to find some on our journey."
I'll keep you to that.
She nods her head. And Squeak is also getting up, and both Squeak and Lass are sniffing the air. They seem nervous. And you can hear the sound of stone and metal kind of being turned over and clinking and clanking of humans walking around. And it's somewhat dark where you are right now because you're kind of shaded with just some holes in the ceiling. But you can see like flashlights kind of shining through some of the holes. The humans are quickly approaching.
We should leave.
Very
Quietly.
quietly indeed. I believe this would be a hide roll. Why don't we have each of you roll it, and we'll look for 2 out of 3 successes, let's say. That's good. There you go. Well, this is a group check.
Mhm.
So, let's see. Normally, the foes would have your scent and be able to chase you, but in this case, the humans aren't overly interested in you, but they do see you and make a note of all of you because you're kind of like a dog, sheep, badger, weasel, and like birds and mouse. You're all traveling together, and you have a seal with you, and they don't chase you, but they make murmurs into these kind of strange rectangles that are shiny that they put up to their ears. And you have a feeling that, we'll say, readily, as you're kind of sitting on the back of Lass, you get one of your visions of more humans in your future.
Okay.
And you make your way out. And we will make the next homeward bound roll, assuming you are trying to get back towards your destination.
If we don't have resources, I think doing Homeward Bound is like a guaranteed fail.
Let me see. I think you have a chance to gather resources, though. Here's the thing. Why you don't have? Yes, you'll need to get resources first, I suppose.
So before we set out, can the flock kind of spread out and try to get a lay of the land, see if we can find some food we can gather up before we head out?
Yes, you could try to do this. You are currently in human territory, but the humans are distracted with the mill right now. And this is not a super populated place. This is a sort of a half abandoned old town that's kind of rusty and falling apart. And most of the people around here are older and have lived here a long time. So who in the group wants to be trying to gather, with the lay of the land, gathering resources? Obviously, the fan does, I presume, since you asked.
Yes.
What about everyone else? If you are gathering
I was in any shape to be scavenging.
So the fan will be, I imagine Squeak will be. And we'll say Sheffy is because Lass is having to carry readily. Is readily, I mean, maybe you could search with Lass, or do you just want to like hide out for the meantime?
Yeah. We could either search or since I have less, we can take point too.
What
Yeah,
would
I mean,
readily suggest is my question. Because Lass is she's going to follow the directions of others.
how confident are you in your nose?
I mean, I'm pretty confident, but there's a lot of humans around here. And I can outrun him normally, but I'm carrying you. It might be a different story. I could try, I suppose, but there'll be a risk to it.
I'm a bit worried about the group. Why don't we go look for some food as well?
All right. Very well. Each of you who are searching for food, Rosie, you can roll for Squeak if you'd like to pull up Squeak's sheet and just roll for them. I believe this would be, what's it called? Lay of the land, because you're searching for resources, which is a sense check.
That is as Squeak.
Yeah, it isn't. It's fine. Let's see here. So as I believe that everyone. Oh no, the fan got a 6, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. I
So
cannot pass a check.
The fan does not succeed, but Squeak and then also Lass and Readily are able to find some scraps in trash cans. Squeak knows in human areas where everything is. And all of you kind of gather together and scrounge up what you can from the human garbage. And there's a fairly large amount that will last you a decent amount of time, but not so much that it'll last you very long. So you have enough to get you through the next roll, but then your resource marker is going to be unchecked. You have to find more resources. And anything else before you all leave this old town of the Midlands?
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, I think let's get out of here.
Yeah.
You gather up and head out. You have a check mark there for now. And who wants to do the homeward bound roll?
I think it's Readily's turn.
Indeed, it seems. Was anyone doing anything else to make this a higher chance of success? Oh, hold on 1 second before we do this. I forgot about this. Readily, you can note that you have a +1 relationship with Squeak now.
Okay.
I'm going to say Burgundy. Actually, I'm going to say with Squeak you have a +2. Readily, because you kind of save Squeak's life. Burgundy has a +1 with Selby. And the Fian will have a +1 with Lass.
Okay.
So, is there any other changes that you would like or think might have happened with relationships during this kind of traumatic event?
That seems fair.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Very well. So back to traveling. If there's nothing unusual, because obviously everyone's working together for this, but if there's anything you think that your character could do that'd be out of the normal traveling, you can ask here. Though it might come with some additional risks depending on what it is.
Having recruited the Murmurs, can we sort of chat up their information on this area, get what they know, and maybe try to help the check
I
with
love
just
it.
maybe some intel on the area that we may not have had before.
Sure, that's a good idea. What direction are you all heading back in?
Well, we came slightly west to avoid the storm, so I think we're going sort of like northeast-ish.
Yeah, I would go northeast. Yeah.
Very well. Let me see here. Can someone roll me 2d6 luck roll?
Uh, 2d6.
Yes.
6.
6. So about average, slightly below. Give me 1 second here. Very well. They will tell you that one of the murmurers will come up. The old one-eyed murmur. And he'll say, if we're going northeast, we need to be careful. There's raccoons in these parts. And one of them goes by the name Griswold, runs a group of raccoons known as the Razor Blades. They're very mischievous and dangerous. And beyond that, there is a large group of humans on this way over who've gathered under a large... It is a cave that they build and is made of cloth. And there are a large number of strange animals there, very large ones. I have seen one that is massive, the size of one of those human cars. It has big gray body and giant ears. They are so big, they're bigger than lice. And it has a very, very, very long nose. They make the humans laugh. They're a very strange bunch. Their leader is a bear. A bear named Nikolai.
Do these animals stay with the humans willingly? Are they like the cat pets?
They keep them in cages, but I don't see them try to flee when they are out. There is another one that is a giant cat that they keep. It is massive with a big bush of fur around its head. If we head more north, I think we're likely to encounter the raccoons. But if we go more northeast, we're likely to run into this menagerie of strange creatures.
Okay. One of the Fian will come down to relay this to the rest of the community. Say,
We'll say this happened amongst the community, but you can go
oh,
ahead.
sure. Yeah. Okay. So, if we go straight north and then maybe aim to go east later, we're going to pass the territory of a group of raccoons, the Razor Blades. They seem very dangerous. Northeast is a strange group of humans that have animals in cages. Big animals. Now, maybe we can sneak past that if, say, Squeak opens some of those cages.
I can do that if you want.
And then they go cause a distraction and we sneak past the humans and they don't see us, maybe, hopefully.
Wait, they have big animals there?
Very big.
That might mean they have food.
They would have, if they keep animals, they would have animals food.
What do all of you think about this?
I think that you're fools to try, but I've already died once, so what the hell?
Sylvie, I have a question. What is a raccoon?
They look rather a lot like me, but small and stupider.
Not all stupid. We see them in the human places sometimes. Very
Yes.
tricky. They open
Tricky is
things
not the
like
same as smart.
well, they open things like Squeak does. Get in places.
Squeak has seen many of these. They are, they like to open, rotting food baskets.
Rotting food. See, they're stupid.
There is sometimes food in there that you can eat. I love rotting food, actually.
That
They look
doesn't
at
seem
you.
safe.
It's acquired taste, like fine cheese. I love cheese.
Is that why you have stomach aches all the time?
Is that not normal?
No.
Squeak thinks this is strange.
I mean, we eat some rotting things all the time. We're fine.
And Burgundy ponders this.
We've been chased off of some good food by raccoons before.
I caught the raccoon once. I gave it to my master.
Oh.
He was very appreciative. But they're sneaky. They know how to climb up everywhere. But I don't know about this other place. I've never seen any animals that, like you've been describing. So, are we going to go and try to unlock these cages, or do we want to go somewhere to meet the raccoons?
I'm going to do a quick glance over at Selby and kind of do like this big dramatic. Well, if we're going to put ourselves in danger either way, might as well have a little bit of fun.
Selby loves fun. Sheffy looks to the other two of you, or 20-something of you.
The Fian will counsel with each other for a while.
There is an assurity that they have food, which is our main priority. And that we can perhaps be more willing to receive said food by either means than competing with the local gang up north.
These are wise words indeed. I concur. Plus, we'll get to see Squeak in action.
That'll be a sight.
Aye, they don't call us the Wild Meyer Rundowners for nothing. We'll show them how wild we can be.
The Fian will return and say, We think causing this big distraction, taking all their food, and running sounds more fun than seeing angry, smelly raccoons.
Very well. You all make your decision. And with this new information in mind, you can give me your homeward bound roll. I'm going to say roll normally, but since you know exactly where you're going with the directions from the murmurs, the minimum on the roll will be a 7. So you just roll, and if it's lower than 7, we'll consider it a 7.
Okay.
Very well. You kind of travel for a while, and you're moving slower than you thought you would have, mostly because lots of you are injured, are having to carry the injured, and it's kind of weighed down on your group's travel. And it's not just that we have readily injured. We also have one of the Fionn are injured. They're also having to kind of be pulled along, probably with, I would say probably Burgundy or Selby would have to, or I guess Sheffy. It would either be Sheffy or Burgundy who would have to carry. I don't know which member of the Fionn this was.
I'll carry them.
Very well.
I think this injured one is called Koto.
Koto. So you have Koto with you.
They'd get down low so that it's not too much of a step up for them to get up, and they can just like sprawl out.
They just kind of hop up with some difficulty and just kind of cling slightly with their talons, not hard enough to like cause pain, just so they're not going to fall off, and try to just relax on the journey.
Rest easy, friend. And I'll be extra careful going forward.
Very nice. So we have to tick the community clock. Whoops. And one of our, I forgot to be drawing your map. I should have, it's okay, we're just going to leave it now. So we're past that point. Usually for those watching, the players would draw like a point map from each location. But I think it's a little harder to do on Roll20 too, because you're kind of drawing with a mouse. But that's okay. Back on the trail here, you run out of resources, but some have to go without. So who is kind of going a little bit hungry? Not like starving, but hungry.
I absolutely will.
Burgundy will. Sheffy, I imagine Bradley is going to make sure Sheffy eats.
Yeah.
So Sheffy will reluctantly eat to pick up. Lass will go hungry, I think. That makes sense. I don't think Selby's going to go hungry unless someone...
We wouldn't let her.
No.
Okay. Squeak, I think Squeak would eat. Squeak is so small. They're not like the Fionn that has a lot of members, so I guess. Readily, are you going to be eating, or?
I'll eat a little bit if Sheffy eats, and if Sheffy eats, and if Sheffy like reluctantly doesn't want to eat at all, I'll say at least split this in half and we'll eat it.
That's probably what would happen. So the two of you kind of split. Again, it's more like going hungry other than just completely abstaining from food. And what about the Fionn?
There's so many of us. I think, collectively we just kind of decide we can't just eat all the food, just us. So, we'll kind of split it what we get between ourselves as best we can, but we're not taking as much as we otherwise normally would.
Very well. Are the does this lead to any inner tribe conflict, especially with the new murmurs, or are they forcing everyone to split it evenly?
We'll probably... I think the Fionn probably give the murmurs slightly more. So the core Fionn members will go more hungry than the new members, because they've joined us. We can't just give them nothing immediately after joining.
Very well. You your token is appreciated. The murmurs seem to be very thankful for the way that you've treated them. And all of you make your way past these sort of suburbs that you were in, of these old houses made of brick and stone, with shingles kind of falling, and the blow of the wind is sort of nice and peaceful. And things have kind of cooled down a little bit after the storm has come through. And as you kind of head kind of northeast, you can feel the smell of the ocean and the salt kicking back in as you start to get closer. And before you do, along the side of one of these roads that you're following, these asphalt roads, you see the occasional cars come by. And eventually you see an area of the forest that used to be completely forested, and it's been torn down all over to make this big open field. And in the field, there's all these cars parked. And there's this giant big tent that's red and white. And you can hear the sound of these massive animals coming from inside of it. And you can also hear the sound of humans laughing coming from inside the tent. And while you know there's food around here, you can smell like these kind of like cooking hot dogs and hamburgers and fish and chips. But you also know that there's a lot of risk because there's a lot of humans here.
Okay.
So what do all of y'all do as you kind of approach this circus?
Right. We could maybe send a few members ahead just to kind of find where some of these caged animals might be. Humans don't tend to notice just one or two birds. And then maybe when they're not really paying attention, we can guide Squeak where to go.
Very well. I'm going to say, I think it'd be both lay of the land and hide. So give me both because they're kind of separate things.
Okay. So here's how we'll
Is anyone, let me ask, before you roll, let me ask. That's a good hide roll, so that's good. Is anyone else helping, or are they just going to wait for the Fian to kind of gather intel?
Waiting for intel.
I will wait.
Very well. Everyone kind of hides in the woods waiting for intel. And you do an excellent job of just blending in.
Mm-hmm.
So give me a lay of the land check.
Okay.
You'll get some information regardless.
I'd say 9.
Yes, so you can see that there's inside of this tent, there's that large sort of gray four-legged creature with a big snout. And it's kind of dancing around for the humans, and they're being entertained. And you can see that there's cages with, just for the sake of time, you have this big lion in one cage and this big brown bear in another one. And you can also see that there's another one that has a monkey in it that's juggling these kind of plastic blue and red balls. And finally, you can see another creature kind of wandering around with some of the people who are in costume, who clearly are the ones running this affair. And they have this little American Eskimo dog kind of following them around, who seems to notice you but doesn't really do anything other than a little bark as they move by.
Okay.
And what questions do you want to ask? 'Cause that's just what you get for looking around.
I guess what resources can we gather? Like, where are the key food spots?
You can see they have animal feed and around some of the cages nearby. But you can also see there's this secondary smaller tent that you can smell this like fresh human food being cooked there. And they have like these big like giant metal canisters with the inside of them is full of this orange liquid, and they put these kind of like white squiggly things in there, and they pull them out, and they're nice and fresh and cooked, and it's really hot. And they have a number of other sort of various goods, and even like fluffy, it looks like Sheffy's wool, but the humans are eating it and it's pink.
Humans are weird. So that tent and the cages. Okay.
And you also kind of notice when you see that dog go by with that handler, the handler has like that rectangle, shiny rectangle in their hand. And you get a glimpse of it, one of your members does, and you swear that you see a picture of all of you from the mill in the phone picture.
Oh no.
And they seem to be looking especially at Selvey.
Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna try and nonchalantly send one member over to the bear cage.
Sure.
Just land on top of it, act casual, just peck, just be like, "Hi."
Oi, hi. Welcome. I don't get many visitors here.
No, maybe not. So I'll be quick. Me and my friends want to pass through this area, but there's too many humans. We want to maybe pick up some food. We've got people going hungry. Do you think maybe you could help us? There's even a child with us.
And what does the great Nikolai get from this?
Could I have a friend who could let you out of this cage? You could go get some food. Peck.
If you're going to let the great Nikolai out, you have to help his friends, Andre, Alexandra, Sasha, and Hannah.
We can do this.
Motions to the other cages. Though one of them is empty. The biggest one that had the big elephant from the inside of the circus.
If is it better to come at night? Less humans, or
There will be less humans, but also less distraction.
oh yeah. Okay. I'll go back to my friends, let them know. But we will try and get all of you out.
Understood.
Okay.
Know that the great Nikolai never goes back on his word.
Okay. Good. Neither will we.
Excellent.
And I'll just flip back, gather up the rest of the birds, and just back to the group to relay.
Very well. What do you say to the rest of the group? Or what do all of your group, all the fiancé say to the group as they get back?
Probably the few that went out kind of fighting to give you the information, but eventually they will organize and lay out the important facts. Okay. Lots of humans. Some humans with dog. Looking for us, I think. Looking maybe for Selvey. They saw us at the mill. Looking here. Don't know why. Probably not good. Lots of food. Big cave in the middle has food near cages, but also smaller cave with strange human foods. Some human foods very good, like hamburger. Spoke with the leader, the bear, Nikolai. He agreed to help us if we let him and all of his friends out. They cause big distraction.
Lass's tail wags at the mention of hamburger. I want one of those. Get me 5 of them, actually. I'll tell you what, I'll eat 10 of them, and then I'll throw them up and eat them again.
Lass, we've talked about this.
What? That's what they're supposed to do when there's lots of food, right?
You're the only one that does that, and there's a reason you're the only one that does that.
Hmm. Well, can I at least have one hamburger?
Oh, you can have, yes, of course. So
All
I
right,
guess
I'm in.
now, Squeak's time to shine?
Okay.
Yes, I can do this. What's the plan exactly? If there's humans over there, it might be hard.
Yeah. Maybe we need a distraction for the distraction.
This is a very smart plan. Sylvia is very good at being distracting. Bergantine thought this the entire journey. Salty always distracted.
Well, per what the Fiend said, Selvi, the humans are looking specifically for you, and while that would make for an excellent distraction, it would be very dangerous.
Want it to be fun? Sylvia likes fun.
Yes, fun and danger aren't mutually exclusive, but we have to weigh which one of those is more prevalent in the moment.
Does everyone think about this plan for Sylvie to be distracting?
I don't think it's safe. She's mouthing to the other adults.
Thane. Play with me here. Could one of you theoretically fly Squeakin'? I don't suppose he weighs that much.
Could do. But easy to hide when you're doing normal things. Things they expect. See us carrying a mouse, maybe pay more attention to us.
That's fair.
If we're going to open a lot of cages, I think it would be best if we got the keys.
Okay. Maybe Nikolai knows which of the humans has the keys.
They are shiny and usually on waist of human. Did you see this?
Did any of our members pick up the sight of any shinies?
You did. It was the human next to the dog. As they were walking around, there was a dog guarding them.
Right, okay. Okay. Yeah, there was a human who had shinies. And a dog.
A dog? Ah. Lass,
Hi.
would you say that all dogs like hamburgers?
All dogs love hamburgers. I can
see.
go and talk to them. What sort of dog was it? It was this big, like, white, fluffy dog. It was American Esky, if you know what that is. They're giant fluff balls, basically. Like, if you took, like a cotton ball and turned it into a dog, that would be this dog.
It looks like if you and Cheffy were one thing.
Oh, that's pretty strange.
Like a dog, but very fluffy.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've seen fluffy dogs before. I'm pretty fluffy myself.
Oh, way bigger than you.
Wait, bigger than me or fluffier than me? Or both?
They're both?
Alright, I'm gonna have to see these dogs myself. Are you feeling good enough to walk on your own, or do I still need to carry you? She says to Radley.
I can manage for a bit. Not far, but I can manage.
Aye. Everyone's going to need to be helping to get the food once the distraction starts. We're not going to have a whole lot of time, I think.
No. As soon as things start going loud, grab as much as you can and then run away.
How do you use these keys? If you give them to me, I can open everything quickly. Oh, so what's our plan then? We need to get the keys. Someone needs to get the keys. And, someone needs to distract that dog so they don't stop you. And then I think we are going to need, Squeak to open. And then after that, everyone else can grab the food.
Every bristle on Burgundy is standing straight up. But she's trying to be more fun. So she's like, this sounds great.
Could
Why don't you stay with Sylvie, Burgundy?
Yes, if the humans are looking for her, she needs the most help to keep safe.
Okay, yes, I like that plan, but then you all need to be very safe too, and I think Lass can take care of that. She's like trying to like logic with herself that this is okay, that this is fine.
What are you going to do? Readily, are you going to stay with everyone and get food, or are you planning to do something else?
where would I be most helpful? I can hobble. But that's really about it.
I think I would say, what about how much food you can carry?
I can carry enough.
I say we have 2 groups and Squeak. 1 group to get the keys, Squeak to open the cages, and 1 group to get food.
Sheffy, are you going with them all to get food?
Sheffy thinks for a moment, and she nods and says, I think I would be best for getting food. I'm not good at stealing keys.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So, I guess out of character, who wants to be in the key stealing group and who wants to be in the food gathering group? I'm going to say Lass and Squeak are basically in the key group. Everyone else is in the food group. So we probably need at least 1 player character on the key group. I would say at least.
I guess the Fian are going to help out as much as they can.
Very well. So with that, let's kick it into action. You go over to find the key master, and it doesn't take you long to come across the key master and the dog. Lass quickly starts barking and gets the dog's attention as Lass and this dog named Hannah kind of bark at each other, and they wrestle a bit and fight. Not in like angry way, but more in like a play kind of way. And during this, Lass is whispering the secrets of hamburgers into Hannah's ear. And the keymaster is distracted, like looking at these 2 dogs go at it, wondering what the hell's going on. You have Squeak, who's waiting next to the gates. So it's on the Fian now.
Okay. Weirdly enough, we don't have the best reflexes. But we'll attempt it. A few of our members will swoop down, do distraction, while one of them tries to grab for the shinies.
Very well. Give me a reflex check. I'm going to say you have a +1 since he is distracted.
Okay. 7?
A 7 is a success. So I'm going to say another member is harmed. Like I think it was it Toto? What was the name of the member who was hurt?
Koto.
Koto, that's what it was. So another member is harmed like Koto was. And they're forced to like hop away as the man swats at one of them. But your group gets the keys and brings them to Squeak. Does someone want to roll for Squeak here, I believe? Let me see. Impressive dexterity. Roll reflex to disarm human traps and locks. So someone want to give me a reflex roll for Squeak.
I can do that.
Sure.
Reflex.
An 8 is a success, but it takes a while. And during this kind of chaos, as all the animals are getting released, you realize you're not going to have as much time as you would have hoped to gather food, but you still will have time, as it was kind of staggered instead of all at once. And then I'm assuming the food group's going to run and dash to gather as much food as they can before the humans figure out what's going on.
Yes.
Very well. So I'm going to say this is going to be an all-together roll, which is a plus harmony. When the community all works together to attempt a task, many hands make light work. So who wants to give us the roll from this? And we can split it between 2 people, or each person can roll 1d6 if they want.
I'll roll everything.
Sure. Then give me a harmony check.
Okay. All together now, right?
Yep. Oh dear.
Plus harmony though. That's an 8.
Oh, plus harmony.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Very well. You go out and you gather this food, but the humans during the chaos spot Selvi. And all of you have gathered the food and you're running away, and you can see one of the members of the circus is chasing after you with chains in their hands. Chasing after your group, wanting to capture someone, probably Selvi. What do all of you do during this moment of panic? As another human is after you. This one does not seem armed, but they seem dangerous.
I'm going to put my trust in Squeak. See, with my new relationship on, I'm going to play my trust in Squeak and hope that it all works out, and just continue to go where I need to go with the food.
Very well. What about everyone else? Basically, all of y'all have gathered on like the northeastern part of the circus, and you're running away, kind of not in like a line, just kind of in like a big mass of animals, like a stampede, and all of you have food that you're carrying with you to some extent. It looks like a couple of the birds have like a coconut somehow between the 2 of them.
I'm going to flatten myself over Selvi like a blanket.
Very well. Well, Selvi's running right now. She hasn't been captured or anything.
Selvi stayed back with me.
That's what I mean. She's run. The whole group is running now because you've all gathered food.
Oh. Then I'm going to hang back at the back of the group to make sure everyone is in front of me.
Sure. Remember, Selvi's not very fast on land.
I know she's not, but I'm not strong enough to pick her up. I'm too small.
Yes, I'm just saying. She's probably the one who's lagging behind the most. So you can defend her if you want, but you'll have to face another human to do this.
Yeah, I'm going to do anything to make sure that she's safe. So if the human has caught up to us, it's on.
They haven't caught up, but they're going to catch up if nothing else is done. So, do you want to engage a dangerous foe?
I will. And using my new survivor move that
Excellent.
happens when I engage a foe. Let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Nothing happens because that was not high enough, but that's still a partial.
That's still a partial success. Very well. As the human goes and fights you, give me a D4, please.
Okay.
Oof. This human who's wearing these kind of he's wearing these kind of like bright like yellow and blue clothes, and you wouldn't think he would be violent, but he takes the chains in his hand and he starts swinging them at you as you kind of bite at him to try to chase you off. He is no longer chasing after Salvi. You stopped him, but you take 4 points of harm from the chains.
Ouch. Ooh.
Fiance, no.
That's Squeak's sheet. Thank goodness. That's not mine. Like, I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Very well. What does the Fian do to protect?
As yeah, I didn't.
No.
This is what we're doing.
You're not allowed.
Seeing Brigandine do her usual thing, and try to chase the human away, but it hasn't quite worked. The human is not intimidated. We know that Brigandine will stay and fight to the death if it comes to that. And having seen this, us, and I think probably particularly the Murmurs, having been moved by this, are going to at least help long enough that Burgundine's lasts as long as possible. So just a number of the flock just fly right at this human, just kind of batting their wings in his face and probably getting whacked by the chains instead.
Yeah. The chains almost hit you, Burgundine, but the flock blocks it at the last second every time. But you see 4 members of the flock fall and drop motionless on the ground in front of you.
And Burgundine just like yells out, growls out, makes the most horrible, loud, badgery sound. I told you to run! Why do you all insist on staying? Let me do this for you! You need to survive! That's 4 more down! We can't keep doing this!
They'll call back, you also need to survive. Too important.
I'm not as important as the rest of you, please. I've lived my life. I don't have much left. You need to survive.
But everyone relies on you. They need you to feel safe.
And she's just like breathing heavy as 4 crow bodies have fallen around her. Like she's in a panic at this point, not knowing what to do.
As you are experiencing this, you see Sylvie in the distance who's watching this yell, Sylvie thinks you are important to Sylvie.
You live for Sylvie. Help Sylvie.
Okay.
Do you flee or no?
What's the human doing?
The human is currently distracted. I think this is a moment where you kind of have to decide before you can tell exactly what the human's going to do.
I'm going to I'm making this so hard. Gosh. Seeing the distraction, seeing everyone in the distance, but knowing that Sylvie just is not fast enough. Are we anywhere near the ocean? Are we anywhere near water?
You're getting close. You probably have like 1 more move before you're at your destination. Like 1 more homeward bound move. So I think in this case we might, since you gathered so much food, we might just make it an automatic success.
Appreciating the sacrifice that has just happened in her panic, and she's never been one to run, but there's just too much going on. There's too much at stake. So she's going to take one last wild look at what's happening and bolt towards Sylvie, because as long as she's near Sylvie, she can protect her.
Very well. You bolt towards Sylvie. What is the Feon doing?
They're going to continue to distract as long as they think they need to.
Very well. So are you like fully engaging, or are you just like trying to dodge out of the way? It'll be either fierce or reflex depending on what you're trying to do. Basically, I think this would be stay safe.
Yeah. I think it's a stay safe. We're not trying to die. We're just trying to be annoying enough
So
to buy
are you
time.
strength, your dexterity, or your awareness of the situation?
If we can use our awareness and just kind of call out warnings to each other when the chain's coming for some of us.
Awareness, I would say, is like you're trying to distract the human, and you kind of can judge the distance after seeing him swing it around with the chain, so you could stay right outside of this distance.
Yeah, I think then if sense is an option, we will try sense.
All right, give me sense.
9.
9 is a partial success. So I guess give me a D3.
1.
So one more member of the fan falls. And everyone runs away. And I'm assuming DeFion's going to go and catch up with the group after they get a head start.
Once they get the sense that everyone's far enough away that this human is probably just going to give up, they scatter and then regroup and head north.
Very well. You scatter and flee. You continue on for quite some distance, not wanting to risk being caught by the humans. And you get a far enough distance away. And as you gather, you have a moment to catch your breath and eat and mourn your lost companions. And eventually, you kind of make your way down to the cove. As you arrive at the cove, you can see that there is a bunch of harp seals there, seemingly looking for someone. Somebody thinks this is our family.
I think you're right.
You rejoined your flock.
Sylvie going to miss you, though.
Well, this is our new home, and you can always visit us. We'll always be here.
Sylvie will come and visit you. Sylvie will come and visit you many times.
We'll gather some oysters, for in case you do.
Clams. She likes clams.
Nice.
Sylvie smiles and she'll nuzzle all of you with her snout real quickly. And you kind of take her over with the rest of the seals who thank you. And the seals, very grateful, especially with all your sacrifices you made to kind of stay behind and defend her. They will all bring you like extra clams and fish before they head out. And they will teach you some of the secrets of this cove that you found. And what they teach you is that it's not as hard to survive thanks to their assistance, that you know what to do in this place. And then in the very end, the seals will gather up and dive into the water. And they'll surface one last time and wave goodbye to all of you. And anything else before we close out here tonight? I know I rushed it a bit, but we're almost at time. So.
That's okay.
I just want to pull in with the Fane and with Burgundine, and hug them and tell them, after everything that we've been through, I would never, ever choose anything but friends like you by my side. Thank you.
We've lost enough. No more loss. No more dying.
I know it's not as nice or warm as the dream you had, but I do hope that we can make this our home for a very long time.
The Great Hollow is not out there as I thought. It turns out it's in here, where we build our roots together.
As you all gather together, you live quietly and peacefully in your home for quite some time. And that is where we will close things. I would like to thank all of you for playing. I would love to thank, I want to thank Rosie for building the character sheets for today. That was very appreciated. I want to thank all the people at Girls Run these worlds for helping, and the production staff. It's been fantastic. And obviously I want to thank everyone who's come and watched today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh. Sure, if y'all want to, please go ahead. If anyone has anything they want to give as an outro.
I'm Jonathan. I stream on Twitch at Paptimus Prime. I run a D&D show every Saturday where we play D&D 5e in an isekai world, and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of us that are voice actors or writers, and it's a good time.
I'm Rosie. I also stream on Twitch. I'm a crafting TTRPG and variety streamer. I do bi-monthly TTRPGs for charity sessions, and I have an upcoming 4-episode, also woodland critter adjacent AP coming out. So that'll be in September, and I'm very excited for it, and I'm trying very hard not to cry.
I'm Serena. I don't stream, so don't mind me.
And I'm Ellie. You can find me on Twitter. I'm a professional DM. I have a new ultra big game coming soon, TM. But other than that, I don't really have anything crazy going on. And we are going to be raiding Rime of the Frost Maiden at Momo's channel. So thank you all so much for watching, and please enjoy the raid. I love raiding people.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.